Persec's not even streaming. What are you guys even talking about? What the fuck? Okay, I gotta do emails and shit quick. What are we watching? Or I could just watch The Factory. There you go. Video about heat pump water heaters. Oh, okay. There you go. That's what you need.
Do their thing. Most of us don't think of water heaters very often.
I do.
After all, they usually just do their thing, and the only time they cross your mind is when they stop doing their thing and you have a very unpleasant morning. But water heaters are among the most energy-intensive appliances in our lives. Though we take it for granted, having hot water on demand is so energy-intensive that a very ordinary water heater can cost upwards of $50 a month to use. But this water heater costs an average family less than $20 a month, and in the summer, using it is arguably free. How on earth could that be? Because this machine heats the water inside the tank by chilling the air surrounding it.
Damn!
This is a heat pump water heater. Quite literally, the coolest...
Justin, you feel like these takedown videos have a large impact on your career? Last video garnered 1 million views, but not sure how big of an effect it actually has. No. Basically no impact. I think that the problem is that it's always retreading the exact same things, and it's just being served up to an audience that already hates me, so it's not like anybody's seeing anything new. And then the videos also get more and more ridiculous over time, so it's funny if anything, but...
kind of water heater you can buy. Traditionally, to heat water, we have had to import heat energy from an external source, either the power grid or some sort of heating fuel like natural gas or propane. This water heater, on the other hand, uses the same technology as your refrigerator, but in reverse. Your fridge works by pulling heat out of its interior and throwing that heat outside, which is why your fridge gets warm as it runs. But this thing gets cold as it runs because it does exactly the opposite. It collects heat from the air around it and bottles it up inside. This may seem like a strange way to heat water, but relocating heat which is already there requires just a fraction of the electricity that releasing new heat with an electric heating element does. As in, as little as 1/4 as much electricity. And this is not just any heat pump water heater. It's a 120 volt model, which simply plugs into a standard household outlet. For those of us in North America, that is a really big deal. Up till now, electric water heaters needed to be hardwired to a dedicated 200...
They completely misrepresent facts in your case, use the court to legitimize their attacks, seems extra damaging. Yeah, but I mean, like, the more and more stuff that people, like, pile into this court case, in my mind, if there was like a measured accusation about me, that was what the court case was about, and then if I win the court case, it like helps a little bit. But in my mind, when there are more and more shocking, insane, terrible, horrible allegations that are all coming out of this court case, if it gets dismissed at the end of all of that, I think that's going to cause a bit more of a severe like whiplash. Like it's going to be like, wait, what? Like, oh, this guy sent intimate images of the woman who said she didn't want them sent, but it was too long ago and they were out of statute range, and then she shouldn't have sued him. It's like, okay, I get that was dismissed on a technicality. Fine, fuck you. But it's like, wait, he was a serial molester, child porn watcher who was sending revenge porn to hundreds of different women and all of their revenge porn non-consensually, and that was dismissed? Wait, what the fuck? Like, the latter is really, really, really difficult, I think, to wrap your head around. I think the latter is going to be really difficult to explain for a lot of people. But who knows? We'll see.
40-volt circuit. So if you had a gas water heater, switching to an electric one rarely made much sense. You'd first need to run a new circuit for it, which can be quite expensive and sometimes not even possible. And even if you were up for that, the power-hungry nature of traditional electric water heaters makes their operating cost a good deal higher than gas. But these things completely change the equation. As they run, they merely sip a few hundred watts. That's why all they need is a power outlet handy. Best of all, because of the magic of heat pumps, the operating cost of this electric water heater is in fact less than the gas-fired water heater it replaced. Well, slightly. Look, let me get this out of the way. I did not install this expecting it to save money, and if you have a gas water heater, neither should you. The significantly higher upfront cost of a model like this means with today's average prices for gas and electricity, it's going to take like a decade to pay for itself, assuming it ever does. The actual math depends, of course, on your local energy prices, and certain situations like rebates and incentives will accelerate that timeline. And also, who knows what energy prices will do these days, so the math will undoubtedly change in the future. But aside from making electrification easier and kind of cheaper, they offer some really intriguing benefits, especially during the warm months of the year. Of course, though, they do have some downsides, some of which are quite significant and could be a showstopper to some families. I'll explain all of that, of course. In fact, puzzling through and testing the various trade-offs involved with these is precisely why I wanted to get one. You see, I am in the worst possible position to have a heat pump water heater, and many plumbers, including the one I ended up hiring to install it, would call me crazy for wanting one. Why? Well, the fact that they cool the air to make hot water is a little inconvenient for those in cold climates. And I live in Chicagoland, which gets pretty frickin' cold in the winter. Now, if your water heater lives in a basement or some other place you don't spend much time, like a utility room, cold climates aren't necessarily a big deal at all. This will make that space a bit colder, but you're not likely to notice that anywhere else in your home. But I live in a townhome without a basement, so my water heater lives in a cramped utility closet. That meant there was more work to do than just the plumbing. And for the icing on this inconvenient cake, that utility closet is in my living space. So using hot water will make the adjacent room colder. But, you see, because energy is energy...
You guys have the same problem in Florida with central AC, right? When I was in Kissimmee, the whole fucking AC unit froze. I didn't know that could happen. I don't know. I feel like for a lot of it, it depends on... like how sealed your house is. Like having new windows and good insulation and everything, I feel like is really important. And some houses are just fucked. Not good.
I did a little math, which led me to think it probably wouldn't get all that much colder. And spoiler alert, I was right. Yes, long story short, I do not regret this one bit and can now state with pretty high confidence that anyone suggesting these are inappropriate for cold climates is full of it. I won't say they work for every situation because they don't, and they still have trade-offs which you'll need to consider. But based on my testing, those trade-offs are actually a lot smaller than they...
How do you deal with the fluidity and humidity? It's a huge pain to stay out for long periods of time. Well, I actually utilize a strategy called being a fucking vampire, and I don't go outside for long periods of time. Ever!
seem. So, if you're into this whole electrification business, or are simply intrigued by the idea of a water heater that just sips electricity while it gobbles up heat and provides free cooling in the summer, oh, you better believe we'll get to that, then I think these are very much worth looking into. But they are a little different, so let's go over the things that might make the installation process a tad tricky. Emphasis on might. In many situations, installing one of these is incredibly straightforward. Despite how radically different its fuel source is, in most ways, this is a very ordinary water heater. It has standard topside water connections, which will be familiar to any plumbing professional. And well, it's a water heater. But it does need two things most water heaters don't.
Your mom and your mom's mom. I live in LA. Sorry, I'm reading in chat. I live in LA, and fucking global climate change has made it more humid than ever. I actually have to run a dehumidifier, and it's expensive as fuck. In LA? If you prove you read YouTube chat, I will buy 2 pieces of Destiny merch pronto, and we'll post proof. I read all my chats. I just can't respond to everything. Is it getting humid in LA? Bro, LA was perfect weather year-round. Why are you watching this boring shit? Because I'm doing my emails and messages! Give me 10 minutes! Shut the fuck up! Watch the goddamn video, class.
First, just like an air conditioner, this dehumidifies the air when it's running, and thus it produces condensate, so you'll need a drain nearby or a condensate pump to deal with that. And second, in order for the heat pump to capture energy from the air, it has to ingest warm air and expel chilled exhaust, and thus the water heater needs space to breathe. If your water heater is located in a utility room or basement, it will probably have enough space and there will be nothing to do. The manufacturer of this model states that it needs just 450 cubic feet, or 12.7 cubic meters, of accessible air volume. That's not very much at all. With 8-foot ceilings, we're talking a room that's about 6 by 10 feet. So long as your water heater lives in a room at least that big, and an important caveat...
I cannot believe that I am this guy's... I'm this high on his notice list. I guess, though, here he's using Jessica to fight with David, but... My God. Jesus Christ.
For some of you, that room stays above freezing temperature. You can just install this like any other water heater, figure out your condensate drain, and plug it in. But because my water heater lives in a utility closet, it's going to need some help getting enough air. And this is one of 2 reasons why I chose this specific model. A.O. Smith has equipped their heat pump water heaters with 8-inch collars on the top for both the air intake and the exhaust. Nobody else does it like that, which is a shame, because those collars allow for a huge variety of simple air supply and discharge solutions using flexible ducting. For instance, if you want to pull air from one room and discharge cold air to another room, like maybe an unfinished part of a basement, it's relatively easy to do that. And given the particularities of my home, I wanted some flexibility to tinker with down the road. You may also notice this water heater is gigantic. That's partly due to the fact that it has a heat pump sitting on top of it, which makes it much taller than usual, but it's also much stouter than usual. And that's to make the tank real big to make up for its slowness. Yes, this is the major catch of a 120-volt plug-in heat pump water heater. They are glacially slow. Now, if you already have a 240-volt electric water heater, then you should know that hybrid heat pump models exist, which have both the heat pump and the same traditional heating elements as usual. As a matter of fact, those have been around for quite a while, and frankly, if you've got an electric water heater, they're kind of a no-brainer, assuming you have an appropriate space for one to live. Their hybrid nature allows them to use their slow heat pumps as much as possible, which can save up to 75% on your water heating costs. But if you use a lot of hot water at once, they can switch to those power-hungry heating elements, which quickly heat the tank back up. This one, though, Can't do that. All it's got is the heat pump, and that makes it very slow at recovering from heavy uses of hot water. Now, this likely will not matter to you except when you first install it. But if you do run out of hot water with one of these, it's gonna be a while before you get it back. So every manufacturer recommends upsizing to give you a larger buffer between hot water uses. I had a 50-gallon gas water heater before, and that's why I went with this 66-gallon heat pump water heater. And for those of you with the room, these are also available with 80-gallon tanks. Now, a tape measure proved there would be plenty of room for this behemoth to fit in this closet, and the drain in the floor meant the condensate situation was going to be trivial to solve. But getting it in there wouldn't be so easy, because there was stuff in the way. To actually position it required removing and reattaching the exhaust pipe from my furnace.
Couldn't you sue Professor Dave for the slanderous video? Yes, I've actually sent out cease and desist to about 372 different content creators. I've got about 42 legal teams in place, and I'm about ready to launch 289 civil suits in different jurisdictions across the United States, Canada, Mexico, and places in Europe. Thank you so much.
So the drain line for my home's fire sprinkler system needed reconfiguration, as originally it was a straight shot from here to there, which intersected with the larger footprint of this thing. For those of you who keep asking, that's why I have this fire alarm bell. If a sprinkler head pops and water starts flowing through the system, that thing will go off. These challenges, though they did complicate the installation somewhat, would be small potatoes to an experienced plumber. But one thing that isn't normally in a plumber's purview...
So you aren't going to do anything? I cannot sue anybody for anything while I have an active court case pending. Do you understand how fucking stupid that is? That I cannot do that. I don't know why you keep asking the same thing. Jesus Christ, I cannot do that.
...is the ducting part. I knew this could be an issue for getting bids. And it was. So I told the plumber I hired that I just wanted him to do what was necessary to get it positioned and plumbed, and that I would initially just keep the closet doors open until I figured out how I wanted to do the ducting. Luckily, he agreed. After the necessary work was finished, the water heater was filled with...
The issue is that, especially for slander or defamation, okay, listen. Surely people can have multiple lawsuits pending. Sorry, hold on. Okay, I'm going to, one time, real quick, again, remember this, inoculate yourself with this, okay? Say somebody accuses Destiny of being a pedophile. I think Destiny's a pedophile because blah, 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 okay? For me to sue them, I have to prove that they not only said that, and that it's not true, I have to prove that they were knowingly malicious when they said it, because I'm a public figure. There's a higher standard for me to sue somebody on that. If I go to sue somebody like that, I already know that the plaintiff in my court case has abandoned any hope of winning it, and she's just using it to fuck with me. If I sue Professor Dave, I have an active court case right now where these people file paperwork like demons, where they could just file a random fucking thing tomorrow saying, oh, and by the way, in this deposition, blah, 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 we know that this Stephen Banal Destiny, non-consensually revenge porn minor. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me. So now in my other active case that I would have against this person, they would go, oh, well, we're just citing the court documents that are a matter of public record, Your Honor. Now I have to prove that they are knowingly and maliciously citing court records from an active court. It's a nightmare. This is why I don't ever want to have multiple court cases involving like the same subject matter going on at the same time when the interests are aligned between the plaintiff here and the defendant here, and when the plaintiff here has already demonstrated a complete total willingness to abandon any objective reality to file shit about me. So it doesn't matter. I just would never want to be involved in a court case over here trying to prove that a person's lying about another court case over here when the person in this court case over here is willing to lie about me.
Cold water plugged in, and it got to work. And indeed, it took quite a while for this thing to get 66 gallons of cold water up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. I didn't have truly hot water again until the wee hours of the morning, which is something you should be prepared for if you decide to get one of these. Another thing you should be prepared for is a bit of extra noise. This is particularly pertinent in my case, since this isn't hiding in a basement. Now, I absolutely love the sound of refrigeration, so I am biased, but it's really not that loud. I'd say it's a bit louder than a typical...
How much work do you have to actually put in for your suit versus how much / what do your lawyers take care of? I mean, they take care of all the legal stuff, but I mean, if I see motions and stuff and I have information, I provide them as much information as I can because I'm going to know the details of everything more than they would. And it's good to provide your lawyers with as much information as possible, because then they can craft the best defense possible. They have the most information available to them.
Fridge. You can barely hear the fan at all, but the compressor does get a little buzzy as refrigerant pressure builds. With the closet doors shut though, it's pretty tame, and I cannot hear it anywhere else in my home but this room. Also, it's nowhere near as loud as the furnace next to it. Here's what it sounds like when my air conditioning comes on. Yeah. Oh, and
Holy shit, it's a data center's basement!
In my case, the gas water heater that used to be here was genuinely louder since it had a powered vent blower. But anyway, when I woke up the day after installation, I had both 66 gallons of piping hot water ready to go and a job to do. I got incredibly lucky with this utility closet because there was already a vent above the closet doors directly over the water heater. So I just used an 8-inch to 6-inch reducing collar, some 6-inch flexible duct, and an adapter boot to connect the vent to the water heater's air intake. And now the water heater gets supply air from outside the closet. I have since learned that vent was there for code reasons having to do with gas appliances in an enclosed space. So technically I shouldn't have done that, but A, eventually I intend to get rid of the furnace and replace it with a heat pump, and then there won't be any gas appliances in here. And 2, these folding doors have about a 1-inch gap on all sides, so this closet...
Why are lefties against the data center stuff? Also, it seems like a growing political topic. Will you eventually research data centers? Every new technology thing leftists are against. All the new technologies are bad, okay? That's it. Every new technology that does anything in society is all bad. They hate all of them. That's it. That's all there is to say. Whatever makes the United States a worse country, they're in favor of all of that. So get rid of all the technology.
It was never truly enclosed in the first place, and therefore I feel no shame whatsoever in being a wee bit naughty. Oh, and that gap is why I didn't bother doing anything for the exhaust. The water heater is blowing cold air into the closet, but it finds its way out eventually. Because of a quirk of my home's HVAC system, I have played around with things a bit since it was first installed, but it's just been tinkering around the edges, and frankly, this duct was all I needed. Quick maintenance note, these things have an air filter which needs periodic cleaning. It can tell when the filter is starting to get plugged up and puts a message on the display, but checking air filters isn't usually something you have to think about with a water heater, so I figured I'd mention it. Oh, also, for those of you who know what an anode rod is, well, should you need to replace it, that's quite a bit more involved than usual, since you have to take the top shroud apart to get access to it. But most people never ever touch the anode rod, so I don't really think that's a big deal unless you have a history of smelly water, but then you probably already knew what the anode rod is. Anyway, everything else is just normal water heater maintenance. So now, you may be wondering why I went through all this trouble to install a very slow, gigantic, expensive, somewhat noisy, and esoteric water heater. Well, the simple answer is I'm a heat pump enthusiast. I'll never say no to a heat pump. And this is such a cool use of one. During much of the year, the last thing I want is to add heat to my home. In fact, I pay for electricity to run a heat pump, which removes heat from my home. Though we Americans call that air conditioning for reasons which aren't important, but apparently is very confusing to certain Northern European thought leaders and policymakers at the moment. Actually, maybe this thing will help with that. See, if you take a look inside the top, you'll find most of the same parts that you'd find in a small window air conditioner like this. That's because air conditioners, get this, are heat pumps. What we call air conditioners are just one-way heat pumps, which can only provide cooling.
That's crazy.
To do that, they take heat energy from indoors and move it outside. When you stick this thing through a window or even just a hole in a wall, then this heat exchanger, called the condenser, will sit outside, while this second heat exchanger, called the evaporator, stays inside. And when it switches on its compressor, the refrigeration cycle kicks into gear, and it will pump heat from the indoor evaporator to the outdoor condenser. This lowers the indoor air temperature and produces cooling. But what if, instead of just pumping that heat outside to get rid of it, We did something useful with that heat, like, oh, I don't know, produce hot water for bathing and other domestic purposes. Oh, wait! Yes, that is exactly why this has an air conditioner sitting on top of it and why it makes the room colder. It's doing the exact same thing that an air conditioner does, absorbing heat from the air and moving it somewhere else.
9.
The only
Should be
change
fast.
is that the somewhere else in question is a great big tank of water. The compressor on top is pressurizing refrigerant into a long stretch of pipe wrapped around the water tank a whole bunch of times. Just like the condenser in this air conditioner, that piping will release the heat absorbed in the evaporator. But since that piping is in physical contact with the water tank and buried under several inches of foam insulation, the water inside absorbs that heat, and over time, it gets hot. So it's a water heater. This may seem like a rather convoluted way to produce hot water, but the thing about heat pumps is they can move more heat energy than they consume in the process of doing so. On average, when this water heater runs, it only draws about 400 watts from the wall. But since those 400 watts are running a heat pump which can yoink about 1200 watts of heat out of the air, 1,600 watts of total heating power ends up being released into the water from just 400 watts of electricity. That fourfold increase in heating power is how these things are so cheap to run, and why this one can get away with a regular...
I'm not reading this whole thing. Some guy emailed me, though, and he said it's a little bit misleading when flock cameras say that they don't have contracts with ICE, because they don't technically need to have contracts with ICE, that there are... The flock systems all feed into big databases, and the databases are accessed by different federal systems, and then as long as ICE has access to any of those federal interfaces, they basically have access to whatever's in the flock system. It's kind of like a clever little lie of omission. I'll just read this excerpt, I guess. Whatever you think about flock systems, they do interface with state agencies indirectly. We have scheduled jobs that run to collect license plate reader LPR data from federal servers multiple times per day. While Flock says they do not contract with ICE, this is true. The same federal system that ICE uses to search state law enforcement databases, LEADs is what he calls it, I guess, are collecting that data from Flock. We only get a say in who has access to LEADs directly, but not who has access to federal interfaces. So there is a live emission happening to maintain their appearance of independence. All state data can be accessed from the federal level via NCIC, NLETs, and other CJIS vendors. There you go. Is Destiny anti-flock? I don't know if I'm going to have any position literally on any new thing for the rest of my life. I'm just going to give you the same boring thing I said before, and that I think there's probably an interesting conversation that can be had about these things, but like we literally are not having any good conversations. It's just everybody's anti or pro, like tech or whatever the fuck, and it's all just retarded. The conversations about Flock that would have to be, what do we think? Like, I can't believe I have to say this, but it's what conservatives used to say about what's that stupid quote? A man who's willing to give up his security for his freedom for his safety will have neither, or whatever. It's just a question of like, what is the trade-off between security and safety? Are you willing to give up a lot of your freedoms and anonymity for some level of safety? That's what it all comes down to. But I don't know. It just seems like we just have retarded conversation about everything. So what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Regular plug. That's a...
But I also think sometimes, one, the flock camera thing is a proxy of that issue of how much freedom should we give up in exchange for how much security. But it's also, I think, a proxy of another issue, which is what do you think about the current law enforcement apparatus? And I feel like the opinion on that has soured substantially a lot too, even more than in the past, just because of all the ICE stuff. So, like, if we saw our law enforcement constantly breaking down, like, terrorist rings and doing things to keep the American public safe, and we had a positive opinion of them, then my guess is that the flock camera debate would be rooted a lot more in the philosophical realm of, do we need to, what I said before about the freedom and safety thing. Whereas right now, I think that people just feel like ICE is just going to run around and murder more people. So they're like, fuck that,
Amazing enough on its own. But in the summer months, when I'm going to pay for using my air conditioner anyway, using hot water becomes effectively free. Think about this for a
You're not considering the situation where every corporation and tech interest is part of an authoritarian police state. I don't know if you're typing that sarcastically because you think that's my opinion, or if you're typing that seriously, but I would have sarcastically given that opinion a couple years ago. But like, if somebody were to hit me with that now, how am I supposed to respond? Like, Destiny, you don't think there's an interest with big tech being in bed with the government? And it's like, a couple years ago I could have said no, but you have Elon buying Twitter. You've got every fucking tech weirdo guy in the White House. You've got JD Vance and the Peter Thiel connection. I would say that's a legitimate concern, far more than it ever has been in the past. I would say that's quite a legitimate concern. I don't think you can just hand wave that anymore, given how fucking unhinged and insane that the current administration is, and with such a blatant disregard for any kind of norm or how they operate. So,
a moment. With every other water heater out there, taking a shower results in either thousands of watts of electricity getting imported from the power grid, or, as was the case for me, starting a literal fire and burning natural gas. This thing, though, each time hot water is used, starts sucking heat right out of the air. In the summer months, I now get extra cooling and dehumidification as a free side effect of using hot water. It's not literally free cooling, of course. The energy used by the water heater itself was not free. But every kilowatt hour it consumes in the summer to generate hot water happens to do essentially the same work as a kilowatt hour running my air conditioner does. So every dollar I spend on hot water saves a dollar on cooling. Now there are two giant asterisks there. First, and here's a bit of foreshadowing, it doesn't actually produce all that much cooling. In fact, I've been disappointed by how rarely it kicks on, and thus how little it seems to help the humidity situation in my home. Now, I don't use very much hot water, but a typical family of 4 taking daily 20-minute showers and running a load through the dishwasher will probably only see this thing run for 5 or 6 hours a day in the summer. And my central air conditioner, which is on the small side at only a 2-ton unit, is roughly 5 times as powerful as this thing. So in the best case scenario, this might offset an hour of air conditioning use. That's not nothing, but it's also not that significant. Still free hot water though, if you agree with my accounting. And the second asterisk is that accounting only works if the water heater can actually get the cooling it produces.
If we are democracy, Destiny, we are was that a typo? We are a democracy. If we're doing the Chinese surveillance thing, then we need strict public transparency into what labels are being applied. Sure, I wouldn't deny that. Or I think that would be good, yeah.
Somewhere you need it. If this is puttering away in a basement, then sure, it's making your basement a little cooler and drier, but it's probably not helping upstairs. Again, though, that's what's so cool about these models having those collars for ducting. You can run ducts however you'd like, and can potentially switch stuff around from season to season depending on your needs. In my case, though, this room is where my HVAC system gets literally all of its supply air. The designers of my home used the switchback staircase, which connects the 3 floors, as a giant air return, and this room is at the bottom of those stairs. So whenever my HVAC system runs, it's actually pulling air from this room and distributing it throughout my home. Thus, this is genuinely helping my air conditioner, which is very cool. And you know what else is cool? I now have an emergency cooling source permanently set up and ready to go. See, I have one of those electric cars which lets you plug stuff into it.
Whoa!
And I have now confirmed this water heater will happily run from my car. So if, say, there were a widespread power outage during a heat wave, I can run an extension cord out to the garage, plug the water heater into my car, and fill the bathtub with hot water. Once the water heater starts up to replenish that water, it will produce a similar amount of cooling as a small window unit. That's not a lot of cooling, of course, But during a test where it was 96 degrees Fahrenheit outside, the water heater was able to keep the room it's in below 68 degrees, despite my central air conditioning being completely shut off all day. So I know at least one room of my home can stay nice and cool using backup power from my car and, weirdly, a bathtub. This could also come in handy if, my air conditioner conks out. Doesn't have to be a power outage.
Does what out?
But what about the winter months? Generating cold air as a consequence of producing hot water isn't quite so appealing when it's below zero outside. Well, that's why I installed this thing back in early February. I deliberately did this in the dead of winter because that's when the situation isn't quite so rosy. In fact, people are so put off by the idea of having one of these in the winter that split heat pump water heaters, which use an outdoor...
Okay, I'm not listening to this at all. What, does this guy have like a personal vendetta against people that hate these water heater things? Well, he seems like very emotionally bought into this.
...to gobble heat up from outside air are becoming a thing. Boop. But for the most part, I've honestly been a little puzzled by those. For one, you don't get the free cooling you do with this, but for two...
He's an AC/heating/cooling YouTuber. It's his thing. Oh, is he? I thought he just covered all sorts of technology things. Does he specialize on this? I guess we've watched a lot of stuff related to that from him.
By my math, the hot water usage of an average family shouldn't drop the indoor air temperature all that much, and thus split heat pump water heaters feel like a lot of extra work for a potentially marginal and only seasonal benefit.
Dude, I had the worst idea yesterday that we win the House and the Senate, and then Democrats come in and they do this like big 2-month investigation show thing, and they're like, we're gonna fucking impeach Donald Trump and blah blah blah, and then they file the articles of impeachment, and then every single Republican joins them in both halves, and the Democrats are like, wait, what? And then we have Vance, who gets like a free like 22 months of presidency that doesn't count against his next 2 terms that he could run for. I don't know how much we're talking about or thinking about like the impeachment thing, like realistically, but if JD Vance, sorry, clip me, I guess, because all the fucking retard optics bugs are clip me, but if JD Vance were to take over running the country from Donald Trump, every aspect of the country would significantly improve. Regardless of what you think about him, it would significantly improve because he's not a fucking retard. People overestimate Trump's fascistic qualities, and they dramatically underestimate how fucking retarded he is. And even the best fascist can run a country better than the worst retard, which is Donald Trump right now. People keep asking me to cover this fucking Canada tariff shit. Nothing in the news is interesting to me anymore, worth covering. That Donald Trump tried to draft Canada into a fucking, basically like a customs trade union. Like we were going to tell Canada who they can and cannot sign trade deals with. This is fucking retarded. And so obviously Canada walked because this is the most retarded fucking thing in the universe, that we would somehow shackle a trading partner into some kind of like customs union or whatever. It's just so fucking stupid. It's so unbelievably fucking stupid to me. So apparently we're doing 50% reciprocate. But regardless, if Vance were to take over, there are so many things that he could roll back on. And then the scary thing would be, because Americans are so much an in-time people, we forget everything politically a few months ago, that the opinion of the Republican Party could like dramatically shift such that when 2028 comes around, now we're like on equal footing again, which is, oh my God.
So basically, I wanted to figure out if my math was right or not. And it was. To provide you with an objective measure of the impact installing this would have, I put temperature loggers throughout my...
Is it now in Republicans' interest to impeach Trump? I mean, I feel like everything around Trump is toxic as fuck. No, I feel like Vance was distancing himself in all the interviews and everything he did. But I mean, we'll see for sure after the midterms. But I mean, think about it. Like, if we win the Senate in the House, Trump's brand is he's already so toxic. No.
My home many days before it was installed. And here's what that data looks like in the room in which the water heater lives. Can you tell when on this graph the heat pump water heater was installed? It's pretty difficult, isn't it?
I can tell.
It was switched on for the first time right here.
Fuck!
And yeah, the room got a bit colder, but this was the first time it had ever run, so it needed to heat the entire tank. During this section, the water heater was running non-stop for over 10 hours. But since the furnace kept kicking on and adding heat in response to the temperature upstairs, the room stayed at pretty typical winter temperatures the whole time. Wait, did I just say it was running for over 10 hours? Uh-huh, I did say these were glacially slow. But before I get into whether or not that will matter to you, it probably won't, I want to note that while I was logging temperature data in plenty of other spots around the house too, none of that data turned out to be interesting in the slightest. Which is irritating because I bought more data loggers so I could log 10 different locations. But for instance, take a look at the temperature upstairs near the thermostat. If I overlay the temperature graph from inside the utility closet, we can see when the water heater was running as a sudden drop in temperature. And if I highlight those regions, you'll discover that it made absolutely no noticeable difference at all to the temperature upstairs.
Okay, well, that needs picking apart. First, this data looks so spiky because I lower the thermostat by a few degrees at night, and even more so when I'm not home. And remember, this logger was next to the thermostat.
No new mail.
So we shouldn't expect to see much impact from the water heater since, if there is any impact, the thermostat is just going to react and switch the furnace on. So while it looks like the water heater might have caused this drop here, in actuality, this was just before I went to bed, and thus the thermostat set point was lowered. So instead, let's switch to the data logger, which was in my living room right next.
Okay, we're done. We don't care about this guy. What's this?
Of Jewish Americans. Actually, when you
17 minutes of HaSLOP, really?
Know why? Because
It's the context for all this.
ranked issues that they vote on, Israel is very low.
Yes.
And as the Republican Party has moved
they're very critical of Israel.
more pro-Israel, Democratic voters have stayed pretty much the same. Jewish Democratic voters have stayed at roughly 60-something% of every ethno-religious group that gets polled. The Jewish vote is one of the most stable. It simply doesn't
You know who's
change.
really mad about that? Donald Trump. He said openly he's annoyed that Jews have not rewarded him for being pro-Israel. He says the evangelicals love me, but Jewish voters don't love me. And I noticed that you called the book Israel's Lobby. You didn't call it the Jewish Lobby, which was a phrase that used to be a common phrase, both on right and left for critics. But just to unpack briefly, one of you, why you went with Israel's Lobby as the title.
Well, we don't think...
I need you guys to understand something, okay? Before people immediately go, oh, dude, this is like a fucking PR operation or whatever. What's really frustrating to me about this is like, this has been my demand for prominent American Jews who have connections to the state of Israel to varying degrees to come out and loudly declare Zionism to be a separate thing from Judaism. So I'm not going to cast aside people.
This is impossible, by the way, and it's an incoherent, stupid fucking position, but okay.
People who do that, okay? It is totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous to just turn around and attack folks like this to be like, oh, dude, you're right, you're wrong, from Judaism. So I'm not going to cast aside people who do. It's totally ridiculous.
It's also extra dumb. I don't know if I make this mistake. I shouldn't if I am. But Judaism is only ever referring to the religion. That's what Judaism is. There isn't. You don't refer to the Jewish ethnicity as Judaism, or at least I'm almost positive we can't do that. Somebody correct me wrong. So when he's like, you have to separate these things from Zionism from Judaism, like separate the belief that Jews should have a state from the religion, or that's not even what he means. But
ridiculous to just turn around and attack folks like this to be like, oh, dude, you're right, you're wrong, you're lying, okay? Because it is very important. It is very important to break through. It's very important to break through this media framing device that has been used to defend Israel over and over again, that all Jews are united in their defense. All Jews are united in their defense of Israel, that Zionism and Judaism are inseparable. It's bullshit. No one is monolithic. Jews are not a monolithic people in their defense of Israel. There is varying degrees of Zionist indoctrination that plays a formative role in American Jews and their understanding of Israel. Okay? No offense to these two, but it does seem like a last-ditch effort to save the Zionist state. Yeah, you're a fucking moron, okay?
Whoa!
Because they're not defending Israel at all. They're not. This is just one element of the conversation. It's an entire book that they wrote at the Quincy Institute to criticize not only Israel, but also Israel's toxic influence on American democracy. And you're still turning around and going, oh, I don't care, man. It kind of feels like they're saving the Zionist state.
Has Hassan ever said if he sees a distinction between the religion and the ethnicity? I have no idea.
Please, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up to the reality around you. Here's one other additional reality that I've mentioned over and over again, especially post-October 7.
What?
If every single American Jew came out and said, we are all anti-Zionists, the American government's calculation on Israel would not change. Okay? The American government's calculation and its allegiance to Israel would not change. It would make it a little bit more ridiculous. Okay? But the American government's goals with Israel is to operate a satellite for American imperialism.
True.
Now, of course, in the last 3 years, Israel has absolutely engaged in actions that are at odds with American foreign policy. Okay? But this notion that Jews behave in this tribalistic manner, all they care about is Israel, you're falling for the media propaganda. Okay? You're falling for the media propaganda.
I mean, every ethnic group, especially an ethnic group that feels like it's, threatened by an external force, is going to behave in some kind of like tribalistic manner. I mean, it's in their interest to do so. We just don't think about it much in the United States because we're a diverse nation that's relatively protected and safe, and we don't feel like our ethnic identity is under attack unless you're a white nationalist.
To me, I'm not going to listen to Jake Tapper on this issue because he presents it in the same way.
How many Jews live in the United States? Take a guess. I would say 4 million is my guess. How many Jews live in the United States? 6 to 7.5 million. There you go. How many live in Europe? I was trying to split it like 60-40 between the US and Europe. How many Jews live in Europe? Only 1.3 million. Damn. Well, something must have happened over there, huh?
As Nick Fuentes does. They both believe Jews operate in a monolithic manner and that they have a singular investment in the continuation of the state of Israel. Of course, Jake Tapper also simultaneously would say that's very anti-Semitic when Nick Fuentes says it, but he says it himself. I don't agree with that. No one is irredeemable. Everyone can change their attitudes on issues. And if Jews were a monolithic force, if this organized Jewry was a real force to be reckoned with, then there wouldn't be so much investment in Zionist indoctrination for Western Jews.
But that's part of why I think them holding onto their culture and places and everything is part of why they do have that. What a weird... Like, if X religious group was so monolithic, then why would people in X religious group spend so much time indoctrinating people in X religious... Well, that's why they're monolithic, is because they all have like a very shared culture and everything, right?
Okay? There just wouldn't be this much money being spent to ensure that every young American Jew that goes to Jewish camp or goes to Jewish school was getting unlimited amounts of Zionist propaganda, Zionist indoctrination.
Unlimited.
And yes, this doesn't mean that there aren't otherwise liberal American Jews that lean into illiberal ethno-nationalism, crude, tribalistic ethno-nationalism when it comes to Israel. Of course there are. Okay? Aren't you simultaneously doing the Mersheimer and Chomsky argument at the same time? Yes. I've always been a centrist when it comes to this issue. Because one, in my belief, doesn't exist without the other. Okay? Israel doesn't get to create this lobby. Israel doesn't get to create these Zionist institutions on U.S. soil without fair restrictions if Israel doesn't play the role of a reliable ally during the Cold War against the rise of pan-Arabic nationalism. Okay? If Israel doesn't play the role of an American satellite for American imperialism in this resource-rich region, Israel doesn't get to have this sophisticated propaganda apparatus working on U.S. soil as aggressively as it has for the past 80 years. It's that simple.
It's that simple, guys.
In terms of, and
Wake
we never
up,
use the phrase
sheeple!
Jewish lobby. There is
Wake
no
up,
such
sheeple!
thing as a Jewish lobby. There is an Israel lobby. That's the problem.
Which has evangelical Christians in it.
It has evangelical Christians and it has
Military-industrial complex.
It has all kinds. It has hundreds of organizations that are parts of it.
Yeah.
Many of them.
The fear that I always have.
What? Tell us.
The fear that I always have is this.
What?
It's far easier to teach Americans tribalism. It's far easier to get Americans on board on opposition to Israel through an anti-Semitic framework than it is to teach them about anti-imperialism,
revolutionary
anti-fascism, to have
potential.
a morally consistent
True.
anti-genocide position.
Oh my God, he's so right.
That's the problem.
Okay.
And if you don't actually develop this framework, then you are never going to be able to fully comprehend why what America's doing is also wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. Americans, the entire world, dude? No, for sure.
What did they just say? America?
For sure. Americans, the entire world, dude? No, for sure. For sure. What is this joint statement from the leaders of the United?
That Somerville girl seems like she wants to talk. Yeah, maybe I have to figure that out. I was drunk DMing that person a lot last night.
Kingdom of France, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, and Canada.
They
The
seem
Israeli
cool,
government's decision to push construction tenders for the E1 settlement project is unacceptable. Oh, here we go. Oh man, you got grave concerns about the settlement project.
Oh, I
once
bet
again.
you do. Grave concerns, huh?
Yes. Yes. Brother, Islam has been around for 1400. What is this? They have been warring with the West for literally over a millennia. Terrorism is a loaded and false term. The literally spreading of Islam. Look, toilet paper. I'm a Muslim, by the way. Propaganda. They're the opposite. Jewish historians believe Islam is the reason Judaism survived today. I'm so confused as to what argument you're trying to make.
Thanks, Advent, for the tier 5 subber, buddy.
As an anti-Zionist Jewish person whose temple is reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. I mean, look, to the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to...
Could you imagine him ever saying this to Muslims or Arabs? Like, you got to understand, guys, ISIS bought you guys a lot of really bad will with the rest of the world. So it's going to be a rough job for you guys. You guys need to get up, figure your shit out, and make it so people don't fucking hate you guys because, goddamn.
Get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why?
Why?
Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer.
Oh,
and if
shit.
Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action. Not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against...
I'm sorry. This is wild. That's a wild series of statements to make. I like how he also says eventually, like anti-Semitic hate crimes aren't massively on the rise. Like we haven't already seen Jewish people in the United States being murdered by people who are crazy, rapidly pro-Palestine. Okay, dude.
American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. At the end of the day, American Jews do not prioritize Israel, but they do prioritize anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why.
I wonder why. Why does that matter also? Should they not be? Can they not talk about anti-Semitism?
A lot of this propaganda that is facing the American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon, oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't stop giving weapons to Israel at a time when anti-Semitism is exploding? Where's the connective tissue between these two events?
Oh, we're in full body cam mode. Speech time.
American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it.
Wait, did he say, are you guys saying ZBS? ZBS instead of CBS?
Right? The American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right?
Oh, I didn't even... They've been saying ZBS and ZNN forever? Is that true? Okay. Okay.
When the host asked Angie Nixon, oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't stop giving weapons to Israel at a time when anti-Semitism is exploding? Where's the connective tissue between these two events? American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Thank you, Hassan.
So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people.
Yeah.
after you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. It's that simple. I read this not as an actual retreat from anti-Semitism charges, but enhanced preparation for pressing on Islamophobia, given the plausible rise of voting publics less beholden to the power of every errant anti-Semitism charge.
I love how he can talk about dual loyalty while literally being a Turkish citizen too. It's kind of funny, but you know.
Chipping away at the offices of anti-Semitism czars. That's precisely what's going on, yes. They're not going to give up on, claiming that people are anti-Semitic, of course. They're going to keep doing that because there's a lot of institutional value. There's a lot of, there are a lot of institutions that will still take action once the anti-Semitism allegation is brought up. But what they're doing is, the Israeli Foreign Ministry has recognized at this point that there is no way to defend Israel. So they'll take the second best thing, which is to foment Islamophobia. Who's fighting against the hordes of Muslims, the dangerous Muslims that are destroying the Western world? The Jewish state is, of course.
What? Who's even... I mean, I guess maybe there are some people making these arguments, but...
This is a battle between the Western forces and the scary Eastern hordes of Muslims who are barbaric. That's the way they present it as. In Israel, you might not like them, but at least they're a bulwark against the scary hordes of Islam. And they'll take that. That's the next best thing for Israel, at least. Knowing full well that they can press that Islamophobia button over and over again. Not realizing that those who oppose Islam in the West, those who consider Islam to be a dangerous, toxic force, that's destroying Western civilization, also find...
I confess, like 2 to 3 years ago, I was shitting on you and DGG for covering Hassan too much on stream and the subreddit. I realize now what a fucking lunatic he is. Ever since October 7th, he has just been mask off terrorist. I mean, like, I feel like we do cover him too much. Like, I feel like there's a lot of behavior right now that we're kind of engaged in that I'm just, like, not the biggest fan of in terms of, like, how you have to do politics. But, like, the only reason why is because I feel like nobody else is able or willing or could see, like, what's kind of happening. And that's the thing that is, like, the spooky thing to me. And it's the thing that makes me feel like people need to wake the fuck up. I don't know. Like, they should be like, stuff like this should be easy, right? We should be able to just look at stuff like this and go, this is obviously fucking insane. And then, like, that's it. And then you, like, move on from it. And, like, everybody agrees with that. But the problem is every fucking, like, far left network will run cover for this. And then lib-left networks don't know how to cover this. And it's like, okay.
Jews to be a dangerous, toxic force as well. Anyway. Yeah, Jeremy Moss, the Democratic nominee for U.S. House, Michigan 11, says, this is the person who won Haley Stevens' seat, by the way, says Abdul's going to have to demonstrate some serious outreach to Oakland's Jewish community. I wonder what he has to do to gain the support of Oakland County's Jewish community. Yeah, he has to drop his critiques of Israel. That's what it is.
Really?
Now, is Oakland County's...
Like, I like how he assumes everybody's position is as insanely fucking crazy as his, right? Remember, for Hassan, if you're a Jew, if you ever supported Israel in any way, size, shape, or form, the only thing that you can do to make amends to that is to be pro-Hamas, is what he was saying with the Goldstein guy. But
Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul al-Sayed? No, of course not. But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are
like, it's your obligation as a Jew to stand up and be a loud Jew voice against other Jews that I have political disagreements with. Otherwise, anti-Semitic hate violence is going to be completely and totally justified against your people, and it's going to happen. Like, again, imagine making statements like this about any Muslims. Like, I didn't see enough of them fighting against ISIS. I didn't see enough of them standing up and speaking out against, all these Islamic jihadists. Like, it's just crazy.
Loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires. Then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize that this media narrative presents Jews as single-minded and singularly invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this.
You're just so smart, Hassan. We just can't keep up.
I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS, and you're saying as
oh my God. True, dude.
Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse.
True. The Jews that aren't speaking up loudly enough against the people that Hassan doesn't like politically, they're the ones that are making anti-Semitism worse. Very true. Very smart. Very wise, Hassan. Very good stream, twitch.tv.
Republican U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers is endorsing a one-year moratorium on new data centers.
Yeah, so like, I'll give anybody a fair shot.
Want to know why?
But this clip, it didn't get as many likes here, but other people retweeted it and got a lot of engagement. This is not what Hassan said. Hassan Piker, as he frequently does, was talking about the dangers of conflating Zionism with Judaism. Judaism. Sorry, I say Judaism. Judaism. Currently, Israel is very unpopular and frequently conflating American Jewish people with Israel and blah, blah, blah. So, like, this was just the clip here, but we watched this whole thing. This did not sound good at all. Like,
because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are
Jews in America
singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse.
Like, who's even
and you
saying
want to know?
Yeah, but anyway, so the longer context here didn't make this sound any better at all. Like, not even remotely. So I don't know where this idea that, like, oh, it's, you know, out of context, like, here's the full thing. The full thing didn't make this sound any better. Like, what the fuck? All right. Where's my good friend? Professor Dave. Wait, actually, real quick. There was a, I think XQC was responding to Cutie Cinderella being on stage. Nobody has it?
Chad, but what is it? What actually is this though? Like,
I hate how retarded everybody just becomes. I say this every day. Oh my god. If you want to do like the Charlie Kirk, We Are Charlie Kirk memes, I don't necessarily think it's bad in and of itself, but Hassan's community and him are like openly like some of the most violent rhetoric spewers on the internet. And Hassan is like on the record multiple times talking about how based like violence and threats are. And he at this point now has had multiple members who watch him or members of his community that have been convicted of crimes related to like terrorism and whatnot. So like him out here doing this is just so fucking distasteful and cringe. I don't know. Wow, Beb, thank you for gifting 20 tier 1 subs.
okay, Chad, but what is it? What actually is this though? Like, I honestly, I have to be honest with you. How do I say this without being rude? Chat. I like Cutie, but what is she even associate with shit like this? I mean,
True.
Literally posing
All
being
three of
part of
them.
this shit is just odd. I mean, it's odd. I mean, some skill at some song making fun of literally somebody, like a colleague of his being dead and shot for what he says. I mean, what world do these people live in? I mean, it's just insane. I mean.
And like again, I don't necessarily think that's the bad part. It's just the fact that his community is so fucking over the top with their rhetoric, and he is so over the top with his rhetoric. That's the thing that I think makes this really fucking weird.
A guy who does public speaking sometimes, literally, a colleague of his gets killed for what he says out there, and this guy is just making fun of it like that. It's just weird. Like, I don't even know where to start. Dude, I'm always up for a good joke. I laugh at the darkest shit. But when at one point it's like beating the dead horse, or it's like, okay, but we get it.
The dead Charlie.
Like a funny meme here and there on the internet, cool. Like an entire skit in a fucking song, whatever, after you did it 10 times.
Can I get a...
It's just odd. It's just odd, man. Like, it's just weird, man.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Yo, you guys are gonna make a joke like, haha, Twin Towers, something, okay, funny meme.
My perspective on the Hassan... Fuck! I was going to mention this, but now you just typed it in chat. My perspective on the Hassan Charlie Kirk song meme is that it's crazy that people like Ethan and Hila won't do live events anymore because they fear for their safety. Meanwhile, Hassan could do a live event where he makes fun of one of his peers getting assassinated at a live event. Yeah, I would never do this because I would be so paranoid. This would be the worst way to get assassinated, is me singing this song publicly. It would just be... It would be ogre. I would be... Fuck. What a way to go. Not good. Not good. But Hassan doesn't even... He's not even thinking about it. He's fearless. Not that he should be in fear and whatever, you know, don't interpret that, blah, 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 but, like, it's just crazy.
Okay, okay, cool. A song is, Twin Towers. Like, yo, it's just fucking weird, man. Like,
don't give him ideas.
Like, it's just odd. It's odd. I mean, what about it? It's fucking weird as shit. Compared to, let's say, some bar reference to, let's say, okay, some bar reference, like,
How do you contend with IRI having his dono being the Charlie Kirk song? What do you think I'm going to say? I haven't watched a ton of IRI streams, but my guess, I'm only guessing here, is that IRI is not generally pro-violence or pushing pro-assassination rhetoric. Now, maybe he does, and I've missed some of that on his stream, okay? But from what I'm aware, he doesn't.
Like Kanye West with the trench coats, okay? Making some funny bar about a shooting. Okay, it's a bit on the nose, but you know what? We'll let it fly, whatever. It's a bar, right? But make a whole song about it, it's fucking odd as shit. It's odd as shit.
Well, the Charlie Kirk song was already... It's not like Hassan and them made the song, right?
The same way, when he made some reference to whatever in some of the songs, oh, funny, we make an entire song, okay, about Hitler or whatever, that's fucking odd. It's way too far. Like, so, there's a distinction between a joke and stretching too far and being weird. There's a severe distinction. Guys, some jokes are just funny and nobody gives a fuck, okay? Like, I was thinking the other day, okay, and the guy was 0-11, okay, and somebody said this guy's 0 and Twin Towers. Okay, it's a bit on the nose, but okay, funny. I get gold. Moving on. It's not that big of a fucking deal when it's like some whatever, okay. But then if you make some elaborate shit and it's just odd, it's in bad taste. It's odd.
69.
Now do equivalencies. Chat.
Why can't you guys say it's unhinged behavior for the Hassan stuff? Well, I mean, XQC is. I am. What do you mean? Other libs won't, because most of the lib network guys have decided that it's not profitable to attack the left, and it's easier to just print Trump bad videos, so that's why they generally just focus on that.
Getting somebody that's saying shit is just weird. Okay, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. That's just true. Okay, now since it's somebody that is opposed to his views, it's funny. Now do the same equivalency with somebody that he agrees with. Whoa, yeah. Whoa! Don't do that. Jesus Christ! That'd be insane. What if there's a new song, same cadence, or George Floyd? Yo! Whoa! That's crazy. Okay, well, it's literally it's the exact same thing in reverse. Now it's too far. No, just don't do that shit. Just don't do that shit, and you won't have to explore any of these things. You don't if you don't validate this dumbassery. It's that simple. You won't have to deal with it. Just don't greenlight this dumb shit, and you don't even have to think about it. Boom, finished. The topic disappears. And story. Boom, moving on. Holy shit.
Hey everyone, it's...
Oh boy. Rose testified under oath that she never spoke to Destiny and that Solo's using her identity. That makes the Destiny exchange point with a 17-year-old claim pretty hard to defend. Might be worth correcting the video instead of doubling down. The court confirmed that Solo acting as the go-between does not change the fact that he was exchanging pornography with a minor. I literally show the court document in the video you didn't watch, suck a bitch. First of all, the court is not confirming anything. The court is not adjudicated and will not adjudicate any issue related to that because that's not even essential. Why the legal argument is so wasted on everybody. The court is not adjudicating or confirming any of this. So this statement is already fucking retarded. But also, saying that somebody is acting as a go-between in a non-consensual exchange is fucking crazy. That's a wild and crazy claim to just like lay out there that everybody's super comfortable doing just because because I'm a literal demon, I guess, and the Kiwi Farms narrative has to be true as a result of that. Anyway, as my career continues to spiral, everything is crumbling for Destiny and Pangburn.
Hey everyone, it's been a minute since I dropped this Hiroshima bomb, immaculately laying out the case for Israel's genocide against Palestinians.
Immaculately.
And dunking on Destiny, the fake progressive, for denying said genocide. Well, now that the massive wave of damage control from his camp is over, it's time to drop the Nagasaki, so buckle up.
Massive wave of damage control. Did he leave 1,000 comments on his first video? Did he get up to 1,000? I think it was in the 900s the last time I checked. Where's the index guy? There was so many comments on I don't know if it would be mental illness, but holy shit. So on his last video, the one he made of me, he posted 934 comments. And then he has deleted, now it could have been him or people deleting their own comments, I guess. Confirmed deleted 5,290 comments. Is that correct? Jesus Christ.
Up. If you haven't seen this video, go ahead and give it a watch first. It was a long time coming, given how much I've been talking about Israel in passing in other content, and I was quite pleased to see how many eyes I was able to open regarding the cesspool of immorality and disdain for human life that is Israel. Again,
and by how many eyes I was able to open, he means that it was basically like 2 hours of TikTok videos pasted one after another with spooky music and everything included. But, okay.
And Destiny's cult went absolutely apeshit over it and brigaded my channel harder than any troll army has ever brigaded me before.
And brigaded means people left comments that he didn't like. And he was up literally all night for over a month deleting and commenting on everything. Okay.
Perhaps with the singular exception of Matt Walsh's cult, when I made some content about trans people. Congratulations, Destiny's cult. You're one notch less toxic than the Daily Wire lemmings. And I really mean just one small notch. While Matt's cult left comments shouting pedo and groomer literally every couple seconds for 2 full weeks. Destiny's cult left similarly toxic comments every 20 seconds or so for only 1 week, still desperately trying to change the optics in service of their loser hero. So I cut off their brigade just like I did for Matt, because that's what troll armies deserve. And they had a fucking conniption about that too. All of this activity was perhaps the funniest part of the debacle to me.
Nobody's had a conniption. It's just very, very, very funny to see somebody literally spending weeks and weeks at a time, like never taking more than a few hours of a break to go through his own comments, to mass ban and comment on everything. It's fucking hilarious. Like the only one brigading your comment section was you, dude. Jesus Christ.
In my video, I specifically showed what a Zionist smear campaign from a bot army looks like. The fake copy-paste.
A Zionist? Oh.
Twitter posts that all use the same wording, the bot farm output on my channel that was just thousands of instances of this dumb comment, and yet that's exactly what these dumbasses did to my Destiny video. Almost like they didn't know that their behavior was predicted in the first 5 minutes of the video they didn't watch.
True.
Thousands of comments that all mention something about being brain broken and bringing up mental health, and something about flat earthers. Dave is brain broken and he is the flat earther now, concerned for his mental health, profoundly transparent. This was of course happening on Reddit more than anywhere else, with all the exact same language.
Wow.
Brain broken because he speaks out against genocide, totally not curated at all. And when they were deprived of their primary tactic, swarming a comment section with copy-paste spam comments to try and change the narrative, they had a complete meltdown. All of this despite the fact that Destiny's cult actively encourages him to block people and delete their comments, and they even do it on his behalf. Check this shit out. Destiny's IG comments are being flooded. We need to step up. It's gotta be stupid Hassan Piker, and we need to do something. Just delete the comments we don't like. Someone pull a double shift of deleting comments for me. Come on, warriors. And just blatantly talking about how curating...
Wait, how can they delete... Whoever's in charge of the account should also just delete those or these comments. Fuck them until the sun is supposed to be destiny. These guys can't delete comments on my videos. It would only be me. So I don't know what you want me to say.
Destiny's IG comments are
also, I guess just to be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody deleting comments or curating comments under their video. There are people that leave unhinged comments. I'm sure there are people in Dave's videos that leave unhinged comments. It's just funny when you yourself have taken to commenting so much and so aggressively with so little substance. Like, if Dave was writing novels and shit, commenting on his own video where he was like responding with substance to everybody, then it's like, okay, sure. I mean, I get it. But like when everything's just like, actually, you're wrong about everything. Shit for brains, Zio, clown. It's like, okay, well, that just seems a little bit fucking crazy, bro. Like I think that was more the funny part than anything else. But you know.
being flooded. We need to step up. It's got to be stupid Hassan Piker, and we need to do something. Just delete the comments we don't like. Someone pull a double shift of deleting comments for me. Come on, warriors. And just blatantly talking about how curating comment sections for optics is the only thing that matters to them. Unreal. This is why completely erasing these loser hypocrites is the only correct course of action. Letting them poison the optics is no good. If I combat their lies individually, I'm unhinged and crashing out. So instead, complete erasure is the obvious consequence, and they—
Jesus, true. Get rid of it. Complete erasure. Yes. Yes, that's the way, Dave.
They whine about that even though they specifically encourage it from their dear leader. Besides the meltdown from Destiny's cult,
there's also a big difference too, in that, like, regardless of me curating comment sections or whatever else, which again, I agree is fine. I think it's fine if people are leaving unhinged comments. Now, this guy was even deleting like Lonerbox's comments, and whatever you'll say about Lonerbox, I would say Lonerbox is far from unhinged, but maybe I'm biased there, I guess. I'm also willing to have a conversation about any of these things as well, right? You can call me a lot of things, but you can't call me a dodger, okay? Like, I'll debate or argue whatever the fuck you want on any of these things. So I just don't feel like it's the same. I don't feel like it's the same criticism, but you know, maybe that's just me.
He made a pathetic attempt at reacting to my video where he basically just sat there either laughing and saying nothing or skipping ahead frantically as I outlined the case for genocide he is ideologically bound to denying, like a young earth creationist listening to a geology lecture. That was expected, of course, but the big surprise was Travis.
There's no way to respond to TikTok videos that have spooky music and then one guy giving his opinion on a thing. There's like, it's not really, he knows this because he does debunking videos of flat earthers, but like, there's just not really much or anything to say. Like, if you want, you can go through every single thing and debunk every single individual TikTok video, which apparently Lonerbox and Pangburn, I guess, did a ton of. But it's just, it's a very unserious way to approach anything. That like, here is my here's like a spooky YouTube video with a guy talking to an IDF soldier who claims to just be running around indiscriminately murdering Palestinian children. Like, I mean, like, if that's the standard of stuff that you want to look at, I mean, by all means, have fun, I guess, but it's kind of fucking retarded.
Over at Pangburn having a total meltdown, making something like 50 hours of content about my one video, becoming progressively more and more unhinged as he went. Just take a look at the run times of these reaction videos, as well as the titles of the more recent ones.
Look at the run times of these videos. Well, that's kind of funny because he just accused my audience of being hypocritical because my audience talks about deleting troll comments, but then we criticized him for deleting troll comments. Now he's saying, look at how unhinged and stupid Pangburn is because it takes him 20 hours to respond to this shit. When my response is that responding to all of this shit is impossible because there's so much stupid shit to respond to. But now he's making fun of Pangburn who did take the time to respond to it. So what are we doing here? Like, what?
In fact, that's part of the reason for the delay in making this follow-up video. I had to wrap up my incredibly extensive Fauci video, and then I had a short family vacation, but I also just had to let this wave of damage control wrap up simply to maximize the comedic impact of this video. I mean, truly, this guy is off his fucking rocker. In case you don't know who Pangburn is, he hosted my vaccine debate where Dan Wilson and I humiliated Pierre Corey and Steve Kirsch. He also platforms Destiny regularly through his anti-Trump tour. In fact, Destiny seems to be the only way this guy makes money these days, which would explain why he would expose himself by coming to Destiny's defense, especially after some previous scandals he's had that we will outline later in the video.
Jesus! How can you go full fucking meltdown mode on the guy who was hosting your debates and everything? Didn't Professor Dave and Debunk the Funk, is that the other guy's name? Haven't they done more than just that one vaccine event? Or have they literally only done one event before? That's kind of crazy that he's like so eager to just fucking, I guess, nuke that bridge, whatever, okay. God damn.
But the mask-off, full-blown genocide denial from him was definitely...
Mask off, full-blown genocide denial.
unexpected. Anyway, we're going to go through Destiny's train wreck of a response, followed by select highlights from Pangburn's marathon damage control session, since it's absolutely hilarious. And for the cherry on top, we're going to go way, way deeper into Destiny's bizarre sexcapades involving minors and violation of consent. Because if his cult went this ape shit from my first video, why not give them a fucking nervous breakdown? Hornet's Nest, remember? Okay, let's get started by looking at Destiny's response. But which one? There are several. Every time Professor Dave lied in his hit piece. Was it really a hit piece, since for the vast majority of it, I was talking about Israel's genocide and not him? That seems dishonest. Destiny reacts...
Well, I think the hit piece is like you're trying to have some substantive conversation about Israel-Palestine and genocide denialism, because that's literally the only thing this whole topic boils down to, I guess, is whether or not you call it a genocide, and nothing else fucking matters. But the fact that you threw in a bunch of like really random, crazy personal attacks at the end that I don't think have much to do with Israel or anything, but maybe that's just my opinion, though. I don't know. Maybe these things maybe they're linked to you. Yeah, I think kind of makes it a hit piece, but...
to Professor Dave's takedown video. WTF is this? This is me exposing you as a genocide denier. Oh, and then the damage control from the fans. Coward. Deranged hit piece. He's hiding and scared. Look how unhinged I am in this AI-generated expression I've never made in my life. Destiny exposes Dave. He's so terrified. And Hassan Piker is in the thumbnail for literally no reason whatsoever. Dave's brain is broken. There's that phrase.
Some of these aren't even my videos. Extended Orbiter Universe? I don't think that's my channel. Okay.
Dave, he's so terrified. And Hassan Piker is in the thumbnail for literally no reason whatsoever. Dave's brain is broken.
Were any of these videos mine? I don't think any of these videos... Okay, yeah.
That phrase again. Okay, which one do we tackle? This long one seems to be the main one, so let's dig right into it.
Destiny Productions. Is that a rename of one of my channels, or this is not my channel, I'm guessing? Okay.
Starting with the Stinger intro. Remember, the Stinger intro is always front-loaded with all the super awesome, most kick-ass moments where he is totally owning so hard. So if he's got any real ammo, we should see it right away, yeah? At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who's getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who's getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
Yes, he is actually trying to pretend that Israel doesn't pay influencers to disseminate propaganda. It is absolutely trivial common knowledge that Israel does this.
Netanyahu admits using social media as weapon to influence U.S. opinion amid Gaza genocide. That could mean a million different things. That could mean that could have meant when the, I don't know the name of that one IDF spokesperson, when they give comments and they film videos to post on their own Twitter accounts, it could mean their spokespeople are making more comments to media on social media accounts. It could mean that they run bot farms to make, to try to flood the fucking internet comment section with things. This is a completely and totally different claim than the country of Israel is paying influencers, like well-established people, money, and he knows what the claim here is, the $7,000 paycheck. I don't think this is even true. I don't even know if the source of this, I don't even remember. It was like barely even true. Some payment for something for one person for one thing or whatever over a year. I don't even remember. It clearly not the case that influencers are being paid on behalf of Israel. If they are, show proof of it. Like, I would believe it. And he said, I'm getting paid too, which I'm not. Like, this could mean so many different things. This is the article. Jader, Link's article doesn't work. Good one. Ooh.
God, I'm so sick.
You're gonna die, bro.
Hope.
What?
How's the video been so far?
I just started it.
Oh.
Why can't I? Okay. Well, I don't know what this is, but is there like an archive to this? Hold on one sec. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admitted Friday that his government views social media platforms as a weapon to support Israel's right wing in the U.S. amid condemnation for ongoing Israeli genocide in Gaza. In a meeting with U.S. influencers at Israel's Consulate General in New York and published in a video on influencer Deborah Lee's account on the U.S. social media company X, Netanyahu described social media as the most important weapon to secure our base in the U.S. He identified TikTok as the most important purchase going on right now, alleging its control could be consequential. Netanyahu also mentioned X, saying, "We have to talk to Elon Musk. He's not an enemy. He's a friend." He claimed that if influence could be secured over TikTok and X, Israel would get a lot. On Thursday, U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order certifying that deal will shift TikTok, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing in here about anybody getting paid. The closest, I guess, maybe you could get would be... I shouldn't even say closest, because it's not. There was a meeting with U.S. influencers at Israel's Consulate General in New York. Did any of these people get paid? I don't even know who the fuck these people are. This person was, what was this, Deborah Lee X. Ugh. This person looks like a Trumper. Oh, they are a Trumper. Ugh. Ugh. These people don't even need to get paid. These people are fucking... Ugh. I don't see anything in here about anybody getting paid. Netanyahu's statements here actually aren't even correct. Or, I'm sorry, they're not even incorrect that social media is an important weapon. But, like, nothing in here. Why are we allowed to take this as trivially true? Getting paid. I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who's getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
Yes, he is actually trying to pretend that Israel doesn't pay influencers to disseminate propaganda. It is absolutely trivial common knowledge that Israel does this.
Your article doesn't even say that. If it's so trivially common knowledge, then just post a single fucking source of this ever. What the fuck?
We have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we engage. And the most important ones are in social media. We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
And he's doing I bet this isn't even his... He's not even taking, Or is it her video? I can never tell if it's a fucking re-rip or... Because its source is her Twitter, but I wonder if this is the video that she posted or if this is a repost of the video with the music underneath. I don't even know.
Engage. And the most important ones are in social media. We have to fight back.
The Israeli flags on the side don't help.
How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Yes, they fight with their weaponized influencers on social media, says Bibi himself. The most recent incarnation...
Oh, hold on. Okay. Another thing. Inside Israel's Esther project. Esther or Esther? I'm guessing it's this. The filings reveal that a firm Uh-oh. The Times of Israel. I wonder why he leaves off that that's where he got this article from. Okay. Newly filed records with the US DOJ show that Israel's government has quietly launched a 2-track influence operation in the United States, blending big-budget political advertising with grassroots-style influencer campaigns. The filings reveal that a firm called Bridges Partners, LLC, has been hired to manage an influencer network under a project codenamed the Esther Project. It is unclear if there's any link to Project Esther, a plan to combat anti-Semitism published by the Heritage Foundation, an American right-wing think tank. In its disclosure required under the FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, Bridges said its work was intended to assist with promoting cultural interchange between the United States and Israel, and specified that the engagement runs through a German division of the global PR firm Havas. Okay, this is a better source on this. Who the fuck is actually getting paid on this, though? Do they have to disclose that or no? Why the fuck can't I get paid on this? What the fuck? I had a genocide promotion for free? Filings also map out a phased rollout, 3 to 6 influencers onboarded at a time, each expected to pay to post roughly 25 to 30 pieces of content per month across Instagram, TikTok, and other platforms. Later phases anticipated further expansion, including matching with Israeli content partners. Wait, when is this story posted? October 1st, 2025. So shouldn't there already be people doing this then? So it's just Israel Chorus? I mean, that's kind of what it looks like, yeah. I think. Owned by Israeli consultant Siri, $200,000 to recruit and coordinate US-based social media influencers. Contracts allow for up to $900,000 in payments over several months and include a detailed pricing schedule, $60,000 in upfront payments to cover influencer recruitment. God damn! Per person? Fees, production, funnel. Or is this for all the people that they get, maybe? The documents also list payments to a range of contractors, suggesting the project was not just about paying influencers directly, but about constructing an entire support ecosystem, including content production, legal compliance, and campaign analytics to sustain the network over several months. The Bridges filings. Oh, God, don't tell them that my podcast with Kylo is called Bridges. Do they identify any people who have accepted this, or do they have to? I see PR firms.
Christian.
Oh, this is the footage that she posted. Where the fuck is he pulling these? It's got to be from TikTok, is my guess, is where these are coming from, like the scary music and everything.
In which we engage. And the most important ones are on social media. We have to fight back. How do we fight back?
Does this have any actual connection to Israel? If they have to do a foreign agents registration, then yes, this funding is coming from, it's an Israeli-sourced project. That's why you have to do the Foreign Agents Registration Act here. I don't know how many people they have paid or if they are paying yet or what, though. I've never heard any influencers called out in particular. Generally, anytime you say anything that's not like super pro-Palestinian, they just accuse you of being on the Israeli payroll. Oh, hold on, wait. We have one influencer in there. Hold on. Okay, one of the influencers, Shay Zabo, echoed this framing in comments defending her participation. So I'm guessing that's Sabo wrote that the goal was not to replace the work of hostage families, but to strengthen Jewish advocacy in the digital arena. She also argued that with Israel facing unprecedented scrutiny, guilt-tripping one another only deepens the divide, pushed on to social media voices, echoes advice Netanyahu received from a major American ally earlier this year, from Charlie Kirk. Uh-oh. Lizzie Savetsky, in a statement delivered by her attorney, Sean Burston, a partner at Burston Law, said, any suggestion that my content has ever been paid for by the government of Israel, or any government, directly or through intermediaries, is 100% false. I have zero relationship whatsoever with Project Esther and hadn't even heard of it until I read about it in stories that mention my name. The authors did not intend to apply that influence took part of the meeting with the Prime Minister were connected with Project Esther. Okay. Okay, this might be a thing. I don't know if they've like launched this initiative yet. It sounds like if there are, there might be a dozen people maybe getting paid by this. Maybe. I don't think this explains every post you see online about Israel that you don't like, though.
Settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who's getting paid?
Loaded with all the super awesome, most kick-ass moments where he is totally owning so hard. So if he's got any real ammo, we should see it right away, yeah? At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who's getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who's getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
Yes, he is actually trying to pretend that Israel doesn't pay influencers to disseminate propaganda. It is absolutely trivial common knowledge that Israel does this.
We have to fight with the weapons.
I also don't like that this has been the claim since day one. And when I say day one, I mean October 7th, that Israel has been paying all these things. This is a project or initiative that it sounds like it's starting 2 years after October 7th that I still don't even know if there are actual influencers under this yet. And whatever the scope of this project is, this is going to be limited to like a dozen or less people getting paid. So this implication that like Israel is mass paying for propaganda in U.S. media, I don't think is adequately sustained by this single initiative thing here that he found.
That apply to the battlefields in which we engage. And the most important ones are on social media. We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers?
Yes, they fight with their weaponized influencers on social media, says Bibi himself. The most...
Like he's implying a much larger operation when I don't even know if this operation is paying anybody. Like, this is kind of a joke.
Recent incarnation of this activity is called the Esther Project, financed through Bridges Partners LLC, where influencers are paid up to $7,000 per post to promote Hasbro narratives. Financed through Bridges Partners LLC, where influencers...
According to previously unreported recent documents, these influencers are likely to be paid around $7,000 per post.
Yo, I got to get in this project, man.
Where the fuck is... Somebody link me this article. Okay. I don't understand why his stuff is cut up so weird like this. Like, sometimes it feels like it makes it hard to find the source or whatever else. Like, I have to quote text and search for it. It's kind of weird, but... Influencers are not paid $7,000 per post. This was a misreading of the FARA document. Abby just sent me this. Hold on. When did he post this? October 15th, 2025. The $7,000 per pro-Israel post claim was false. Another sensationalized oopsie spread by low verbal IQ reporters who can't or won't do any basic sanity checks on the figures they're working with. The hilarious thing about accusing someone of receiving $7,000 per pro-Israel post is not only is it false for that person, it's false for every person. The $7,000 figure was false based on a misreading of the FARA document, FARA. No one, blah, blah, blah. What is it? The responsible statecraft piece and echoes and outlets like Truth Out, Middle East Eye, and Al Mayadeen arrived at $6,100 to $7,030 per post by. They summed up the June to September budgets of $650,000. They subtracted documented disbursements through mid-September, which was about $97,000 total spent by the filing date, including $15,000 in consulting, $10,000 of content prep or prepayments, $4,375 legal. Leftover is $552,000 for influencer payments, assuming 75 to 90 total posts. Ignoring October, November, divide gets $6,143 to $7,330 per post. Okay, but of course, this assumes the budget funded just 25 to 30 total posts a month over 5 months. Ignoring the per influencer scale, with about 15 influencers averaging 3 months each at 25 to 30 posts, that's about 1,000 to 1,300 posts, which is 10 times more, deflating the per post figure accordingly. The assumption that the entire budget would only cover 25 to 30 total posts a month, regardless of influencer number, instead of 25 to 30 posts per influencer, should also sound insane for many reasons. Firstly, a flat 25 to 30 a month total for such an operation is underwhelming for pro-Israel messaging, especially if aiming for 50 million monthly impressions. A separate Clock Tower Strategy Group contract suggests. Secondly, the monthly budget. Holy shit. 25 to 30 with a total. Did they say in here where they get? How does Avi know that that's how they got to the numbers? Is it just this 12-page filing? Okay. Influencer campaign. And then influencer campaign. Okay, these are the influencer campaign payments from... Oh my God. These are European dates. 1606 to 3006. That's June. Jesus Christ. Okay. From June to September is what these are, right? I think. Okay. Oh, wait. It seems like they have more details in here, though, no? Okay. Post development phase for influencers and production. 5 to 6 influencers begin creating content. Begin onboarding additional influencers. Post volume is approximately 25 to 30. I'm guessing this would be per influencer, right? 5 to 6 influencers posting 25 to 30 per month. And then payments for influencers and production 3 to 4 additional influencers. So now they would have anywhere from 8 to 10 still posting 25 to 30 per month each is what I would guess, right? I think the influencers themselves probably don't have to be disclosed here. Or maybe they do, actually. I have no idea. Or maybe they would have to do it themselves. Then final group of influencers activated, 3 to 4. If they were paying per post, it's not really super clear how they're doing it. 140 divided by, if we did 5 times 25, we'll do on the low end would be 125 posts. And then assuming they're only getting paid per post, it'd be $1,120 per post. which is not bad. And then 6 times 30 is 180. Divided by 180. Stop! On the upper end, they'd be getting paid around $780 a post. Which is probably in line, I think, with depending on the size of the influencers to standard campaigns or whatever. Why did nobody... Why don't I get... Why don't anybody reach out to me on this shit? Fuck you, Havas. Media network. Oh, he maths it out here. How much did each post actually earn? Correcting for this misreading, somewhere around $430 to $580 per post, using 700 through 750K pay and 1,300 to 1,950 posts. Of note, this figure is more or less a standard mid-tier TikTok, Instagram payout with coordinated branded content. Sure. It would depend on the size of the influencers, I guess, as well. Okay.
Influencers are paid up to $7,000 per post.
What kind of content was it for? Here's why Israel isn't doing a genocide. I don't know. You'd have to look into the whatever campaigns they were doing.
Activity is called the Esther Project, financed through Bridges Partners LLC, where influencers are paid up to $7,000 per post to promote Hasbro narratives.
I've heard the $7,000 number given a lot though, and I don't think there's any I've never seen a good source for that ever. If it does come from this document thing, then I at least I know the source of it, I guess, yeah.
As you just saw, BB has publicly admitted this, describing social media as the most important weapon, acknowledging that it's the reason they arranged for a Zionist takeover of TikTok, which we talked about in the other video. This has been going on well before October 7th, so you bet your ass it was happening with the greatest intensity immediately after October 7th, since that was the most crucial period for manufacturing consent from the American public for a pre-planned genocide America would be funding.
Just 3 days after October 7th, Israel launched an initiative to recruit social media influencers in the United States to defend Israel. A spokesperson said, "Fighting on social networks and influencing international public opinion is critical during wartime. The world must understand that Israel's struggle is one of light against darkness, a life-loving culture versus lowly terrorists." It's obvious why Israel needs propaganda. The only way to have a country based on legalized racial supremacy is through propaganda, like...
Well, Ivan Research is claiming that you were being paid with no evidence. Sure. I mean, people say there's no way that I can disprove. Obviously, there's no evidence, and there's never been a... Well, unless Kik is somehow Zionist-controlled and BB is funneling me money through Kik or whatever.
Nazi Germany and Jim Crow apartheid had that twist the reality of the situation. And Israel actually has its own word for propaganda, which is hasbara, which translates to explain in Hebrew. In the weeks following October 7th, Israel already had a lot to explain. A number of American influencers got emails offering them $5,000 and brand sponsorships in exchange for doing a single live stream supporting Israel.
I would be curious more information on that. He is using a lot of sites. I mean, like, who does Al Mayadeen? I actually don't know which country that's sourced from. That's not UAE or Qatari, is it? I'm not sure what the origination for that, or what country hosts that site.
The email read, "I'm reaching out to you on behalf of a global collective of agencies, influencers, and content creators who are coming together to raise awareness about the difficult situation in Israel."
And that's American influencers. What the fuck did you think was happening in Israel? It wasn't just Elon Levy, one of the shitstains Destiny interviewed in his Israel adventures, who pushed...
I interviewed?
The beheaded babies and other bullshit narratives. Hundreds of influencers posting round the clock. As I mentioned in my...
The beheaded babies narrative was not pushed, like, by Israel hard. That was pushed by other journalists that went there. This is a thing that people have gone over a million times, but... That's a Lebanese newspaper affiliated with Hezbollah. Wait. Well, it's based in Beirut. It's been categorized by many media outlets as pro-Hezbollah, pro-Assad, and Iran-aligned. Okay. Remember, just because something is not the best alignment doesn't necessarily make everything they report false. It's just good to be aware. I've never seen this site before. Responsible statecraft. Jesus. The never-ending myth of a looming Ukrainian breakthrough. How Iran has staved off economic collapse despite the U.S.-Israeli war. An independent Europe means no more U.S. rooster in the henhouse. Why would the Pentagon want to hide weapons? Testing results. Stepan Bandera is haunting the Ukraine war and Polish. Like, Jesus Christ. All right, well.
Previous video, I heavily regret not documenting this period with extensive screenshots of all the Hasbro frauds and my efforts in exposing them. I recall that Hen Mazig was one. He's been posting pro-Israel propaganda all day, every day for years. Efforts in exposing them. I recall that Hen...
I also feel like when they talk about like the secret propaganda shit, I feel like they make it sound, what would you say, like deceptive, kind of, and you know, call me a stereotyper, but like if I click this guy's profile, author, the wrong kind of Jew, son of Tunisian plus Iraqi Jewish refugees, like it wouldn't surprise me that this guy would be doing things that are pro-Israel, like probably with or without any payment. Again, and I don't even know if he's confirmed to be part of any of the shit that this guy's alleging, but like, that's not very, it's not like he's keeping this under wraps or something, right?
Mazig was one. He's been posting pro-Israel propaganda all day, every day for years. Ella Keenan was another. She was the one who tried to smear me on LinkedIn, pretending to have been a viewer of mine who was
This one is a little bit more undercover. Exploring knowledge poisoning, history, and the Middle East through stories ignored by mainstream media.
disappointed with my anti-Semitism. The typical copy-paste.
I will say, and maybe he has other videos on this, although I don't know because this is not normally his area of expertise. One of the more annoying things about like the Hasbro propaganda claims and everything is that, and I don't know, actually I guess I would probably blame Trumples for this, is all of this stuff is done in an attempt to never have to actually engage with what somebody is saying. Like if you think somebody is making a wrong claim and the only thing that you can ever respond to that person with is that they're probably a paid propagandist, I think that's a weak way to make an argument. And it's kind of annoying that that's kind of like the go-to right now is you just claim that like, oh, this guy's propaganda, that's it. And then you never have to actually give a substantive response to anything they're saying. But
script, which again, I should have documented. She flat out identifies as a digital marketing professional and content creator, spearheading a diplomacy impact effort, utilizing tens of thousands of...
Because you could make, because technically, I just realized, because I kind of like unintentionally even bought his narrative here. You could say, like, sure, there is a country that, tries to advocate for itself, and pays U.S. influencers to do it. But like, is that necessarily like a wrong thing? Like, I don't know if that's necessarily wrong. Like, if they're not like lying about the stuff they're posting, right? If they're engaged in honest argumentation, I don't know if we would necessarily say that's like that should never happen. I remember during the first Trump election, there was a whole bunch of drama over organizations. Apparently a lot of, I don't know if I say Mexico or Hispanic organizations have like La Raza in the name, which means like the race, but it's just generally like organizations that advocate for Mexican interest stuff. There would be a lot of those in the United States, but it was like, it's not, I mean, like, as long as they're honest about what they're doing, it's not necessarily like bad or wrong, I don't think,
social media users. In other words, since October 7th, she has been paid by Israel to organize and disseminate propaganda on social media full-time. She came up with the Hamas is ISIS bullshit that was blasted all over the internet and on my channel, since brand name recognition is important for getting Americans to hate random brands.
Because see, like this whole thing of like, well, some people get paid to do propaganda, therefore every single engagement on the internet with any of these messages are 100% false or 100% all paid propaganda, that's bullshit. That's not even remotely close to true.
People. Hear it from her if you like.
What we do is, let's call it digital assets that serve the Jewish people in a more strategic manner. We got to close to 3 billion views since...
Somebody said both Ella and Hen are Israelis. Ella was honorary participant in Israel Independence Day ceremony. None of this is secret.
Beginning of the war, completely organic. We work with communities of over 60,000 people around the world that make our content viral, but also help us report anti-Semitic rhetoric and fake news, and therefore take it down, and other actions that do serve the narrative. Israelis and Jews in general, we tend to respond rather than to set the agenda and initiate. They say genocide, we explain why it's not a genocide. They say apartheid, we explain why it's not, right? So I offered Hamas is ISIS, and I offered why, and I gave a short 101 on how we can garner attention and traction around that narrative, and that worked. So in 3 to 4 days, it became the most viewed narrative online. It became viral for almost 3 months around the world, in some places even more. And it even got to Biden's speech.
Again, this activity is a full-time job, which means they are paid for it. People don't do things full-time unless it earns them money. Israel has a lot of money, and they spend it on shit like this. And while the prominent, well-paid influencers orchestrated the propaganda, bot farms were also crucial in this.
Like, so much of this weird narrativizing and everything that he's doing, rather than just kind of like sticking to the facts, it's just so strange to see him do it, because this is the exact kind of narrativizing that I'm sure he pushes against for a lot of flat earther people. He said he just did a big video on Fauci. All of the arguments about COVID and Fauci are all done through narrativizations like this. Like, Fauci said in an email and then in his diary that he wasn't sure about the lab leak thing. And we know that Fauci has worked with an organization that said that it wanted to do gain-of-function research and a grant that might have been ultimately turned down but still secretly investigated. So we know that he's got a financial investment in lying to the American people. And it's like, hold on, bro, hello? Do we have any evidence of any of this? Or is this all like heavy conjecture based off of like an email and a diary? And it's like, so to see him do the same on the other thing is just very fucking...
endeavor.
But the most egregious part of Israel's online strategy is its use of fake bot accounts that spam pro-Israel comments and posts online. An investigation by the Al Jazeera Media Institute revealed hundreds of accounts created shortly after October 7th.
Also, again, I won't write something off just because of where it comes from, but like, investigated by the Al Jazeera Media account, there's no shot that Professor Day would be taking all of this at face value if this was coming from like the Jerusalem the Jerusalem Research Lab. This is from @InfoLibNews. What's the source for this? Okay.
But the most egregious part of Israel's online strategy is its use of fake bot accounts that spam pro-Israel comments and posts online. An investigation by the Al Jazeera Media Institute revealed hundreds of accounts created shortly after October 7th with around 50 to 100 followers pretending to be Arabs and constantly posting comments criticizing the Palestinians, regional resistance groups, and Iran. These accounts would mainly target pages that were popular in the Arab and Muslim world like Al Jazeera and TRT. Their comments would mainly blame the Palestinians for the destruction they're facing and portray them as beggars who were ungrateful for the aid they were getting from other Arab countries. These accounts would also start dialogues with each other, where one fake account would post a comment.
It wouldn't surprise me if Israel did this, but this is the thing that so many countries are doing. So, I mean, what do you want me to say?
And another fake account would respond, which indicates that they aren't individual accounts, but that they're part of an organized effort. No one took responsibility for this, but Israel has admitted to using bot farms in the past. During Israel's massacre against Gaza in 2021, the Israeli army used bots to promote a hashtag Gaza Regrets to try to rally support for Israel's war. And while the military admitted it was using fake accounts and even apologized for it, the Israeli government continues to employ people to defend Israel online and pledge to target teenagers in its next online campaign.
And yet, despite all of this effort, public opinion of Israel is so firmly in the fucking toilet that Israel has quintupled down on this strategy and has approved an astronomical record budget of $730 million for Hasbara in 2026. Nearly $1 billion courtesy of Havas Media Group to convince people on social media that Israel isn't doing genocide. So nearly...
Where's this? Where's the... I'm looking for the $1 billion number. Some of this sounds extrapolated as well. Like, this paper uses FARA data, Israeli government procurement documents, and interviews with dozens of sources to trace the size and effects of this shift. Israel's FARA spending is set to triple from 2024 to 2026, and the country is on track to become the single biggest FARA spender this year. Much of this work flows through the French firm Havas Media, which subcontracts with American firms that specialize in reaching the once most reliable source of support that Israel is now losing: evangelicals, conservatives, and young Americans. Young Americans were reliable supporters of Israel, or just Jews?
$1 billion courtesy of Havas Media Group to convince people on social media that Israel isn't doing genocide. So I'm sorry, Destiny, you're either lying about not getting a slice of that, or you're a clueless asshat with no fucking idea what's happening, since Israel has been paying influencers unthinkable sums of money for many, many years. You might...
First of all, unthinkable? None of the sums listed anywhere here are unthinkable. Number one. Number two, suck my dick, you lying piece of shit. I've never gotten paid by any country to do propaganda for them, and you have no proof of that, and you will never have proof of that, because I've never gotten paid unless fucking the Mossad is sneaking into my apartment, leaving 20s underneath my pillow or some shit, and I thought it was just the tooth fairy, okay? You have no proof of any of this. It's like, but that's okay. We can just lie, I guess. All right. Do you think that... okay.
Just be the only moron shilling for Israel for free, purely despite Hassan, which is...
True. Every single person online who has a positive opinion about Israel only has that opinion because they've been paid by Israel. That's absolutely how that works. Israel's had so much money in the past to pay the entire world off, that the Jewish financiers, I guess. Desi, you're doing the same shit you accused Dave of about narrative. What? Explain that one for me, buddy.
Mind-blowing. Fucking hell, that was only the first 10 seconds. What could possibly be next? They watched their lands being usurped and given to settlers.
The bullshit map. The map! Not the map!
Not the map that illustrates how well over half of Palestine was taken to form Israel, and then most of what they were left with has been slowly stolen from them through settlements that are illegal under international law. How dare I use a map to illustrate apartheid and ethnic cleansing? Great rebuttal. Oh yeah, I promised.
The reason why I don't do a rebuttal on this is because it's such a joke talking point, because none of you people actually know anything about the history or anything about any of this, okay? That's the reason why this map has been rebutted 1 billion times. 1917, Palestinian land. This is not Palestinian land. The land was owned by the British, you fucking retard. The name Palestine and the whole mandatory Palestine area was a result of the British carving this place out and taking it after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. This was not Palestinian land. This was Ottoman Empire land, and then had become land that was administered by the British. That's why when you fucking retards use the talking point of like, didn't you know that Golda Meir even had a Palestinian passport? Yes, that was printed by the Brits. It was British controlled and British owned, you fucking moron. Number one. Number two, in 1946, when you say Jewish land, you're pointing out the places where Jewish people currently live. Yes, in 1946. There are not Palestinians that live all over here. You think the Negev desert? You think this is mass occupied by Palestinians? It's not true. Most of them lived around here in Jerusalem and then up here scattered through the fucking West Bank, okay? You've got, Druze and Bedouin, I guess, tribes are going to be scattered through the Negev, but this is not like a bustling civilization of Palestinian people living in all these places, except for these little areas that the Jews have carved out, okay? In 47, you had the UN partition plan. Wow, go figure. And the partition plan that was proposed tried to draw along the lines where the Jewish people lived and then against the lines where the Palestinian people lived. Nobody lives down here in the Negev. I don't know why this was proposed to be given to the Jews versus the Arabs. No, I don't think anybody lives in the Negev now. I think if you could look up, is there a population density map? Population density map. Israel. Well, it's blue. It looks pretty. I'm going to take this as gospel. Nobody lives down here. It's an empty, bullshit-ass fucking desert, okay? That's it, all right? There's a port here that is nice. That goes through the Strait of... Oh, my God. What's it called? I don't remember it. It's the one that Egypt shut down twice, though. Tehran, yeah. And I think the city might be called Elliot. I think it leads to the Strait of Tehran. Yeah, but nobody lives here. This was the proposed map, though. The Arabs rejected this map, not because it gave too much land to the Jews, but because it created a Jewish state. Even if they would have had 1% or 2% land, they would have rejected this map. In 48, there was a big war here. Between all the states or all the surrounding people in Israel, I guess. But like this map here, this partition plan, this was never even accepted. So to even list this as territory is kind of stupid. In 48, there was a war, and then these were the armistice lines that were drawn. I don't know why you have this listed as Palestinian land, though. It doesn't make sense. This was owned by Egypt, and this was owned by Jordan. In 67, Israel managed to take over the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And I'm pretty sure...
47, did Israel accept this map?
Yeah, of course they would have, 100%. But all the Arab states refused because they didn't want a Jewish state here, of course. I don't know why we don't show... was the territory changed more up here? Fuck, where are the Golan Heights? I feel like they're more... Hold on, let me check. Not that it matters that much because it wouldn't be Palestinian land. It would be Syrian land, I guess. Okay, yeah, the Golan Heights are... believe it's like over here, but I guess we just don't show that after 67 because who the fuck cares? Whatever. True. And then in 67, Israel obviously takes the Gaza Strip from Egypt, and then they take the West Bank from Jordan. And then from 67 to 2017, these are the areas that Palestinians live. These are your Area A cities of the Oslo Accords. Jewish people don't live all through here, though. These are just the Area A areas carved out for Palestinian cities, but it's not like there's Jewish people that live like over here on like the border of fucking Jordan. So like you can make the argument that the land that Palestinians have lived on, or the land that they felt like they might have had like some legal entitlement to, maybe has definitely changed over the years, but none of these maps illustrate that. In 1917, this is a map of the mandatory area of Palestine that was administered by the British. In 46, This is nothing. This is just a map of where Jewish people currently live. There is no anybody. There's not even an official government that owns this land yet. In 47, this was I believe it was Resolution 181 was the proposed split here. That's not even accepted. So this is not even a real map. In 48, this is the war where for the first time there is the state of Israel, and the borders are carved out along armistice lines based on the surrounding countries where they stop. In 67, they managed to take these two areas over that were previously owned by Jordan and Egypt, not by the Palestinians. And then from 67 to 2017, there is a single state here of Israel. There are two occupied territories, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and who the fuck knows what the status of any of this shit is going to be because nobody is trying to fucking settle any of this or figure any of this out. But this picture is just fucking stupid. It's a misleading picture for morons that don't know any single part about the fucking history, like in anything. That's why this map is laughable and it's a joke. And I don't like to explain this every single fucking time it's brought up because the second that you bring up a map like this, it's obvious to me that you know nothing about the history of the region. That's why I laughed this map off. But there you go. I'm sure in 2 years I'll be asked to make the same stupid fucking explanation. But anybody that shows you this map, you can confidently erase any respect that you have for them relating to the history of this region because this map doesn't show anything meaningful at all.
That are illegal under international law. How dare I use a map to illustrate apartheid and ethnic cleansing? Great rebuttal. Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy, as if the genocide denial wasn't enough. Here's a few other tips.
Oh, can we... Let's go.
Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering jail and
Oh yeah, the greatest hits. IMAX it up. Let's go.
Yes, the greatest hits, also known as a long list of absolutely heinous and disgusting shit you've said. Glad to see you're as amused by it as we are. And thus ends this stinger intro. Packed to the brim with ponage, as you can see. Yes, that really was all he could scrape together to front load this fucking train wreck. But let's comb through the rest to really drive home how pathetic this was.
I think this guy got big mad that I called him anti-Semitic. Which, the video that he made criticizing the Avi Loeb dude, it absolutely was fucking weird as fuck.
No, my videos exposing Avi Loeb are not anti-Semitic. He's just on the anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism train that I demolished in my video he's about to react to. So let's see.
It's when you bring up a person being a Zionist for what I'm aware of, literally no reason whatsoever, that it was just really fucking sus and really fucking weird.
How he handles that when he gets there. Whether he's being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew.
Slanderous?
Hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes...
Did I ever accuse him of being a neo-Nazi? Okay, I don't think I ever accused him of being a neo-Nazi. I'm just pointing out that the rhetoric he's using is neo-Nazi rhetoric. The deception and self-victimization are like the two big tenets of like neo-Nazi criticism. But I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. I think he's a fucking tanky. Or I don't think he's a tanky, actually. He's just mind-fucked on Israel-Palestine. True. Like the entire fucking United States is. Like, that's what the world is.
I'm a tanky now. Yes, I'm constantly glazing Stalin or whatever the fuck tanky...
Didn't I literally just say I don't think he's a tanky? Did he not listen to what literally the thing I just said? What? Okay.
Even means. You really just talk completely out of your ass at all times, huh? Anyway, yeah, you said I used Nazi rhetoric, which is essentially calling me a Nazi, even though pointing out how...
Okay. You know what, though? He's kind of correct on that, because when I had this argument relating to Pisco, right? Well, you know, I feel like he's basically like, what did I say? He's not anti-Semitic, but it's like functional anti-Semitism. Pisco also didn't acknowledge a difference there, so I guess it really is all just the fucking same at the end of the day. But when it comes to criticisms of Jews, or when it comes to criticism of Israel or Zionism, well, now we have to draw like huge distinctions between everything. Now it doesn't matter if something sounds like something else. You have to actually have like proof that a person's like a card-carrying member of the Nazi party or whatever. Otherwise, you can never accuse them of being anti-Semitic. So miss me with that shit, bro.
Israel lies and plays the victim is just acknowledging reality like a fucking adult. And your thumbnail implied that I hate all Jews, which was kind of the main thing with the Nazis. So you were calling me a Nazi, which is slander, and that is why I decided to expose you as a worthless Zionist piece of shit. You brought this on yourself. Remember that.
Most of what you said, he's a tanky in the video. Did I? Didn't I just say, like, I don't think he's a tanky. I think he's been mind-fucked by the Israel-Palestine issue. Or did I say it in the last video? And then I don't know if there's anything... No, okay, yeah. I don't know if there's anything that links him to, like, any political ideology at all. Professor Dave. I don't even know if he has, like, a political ideology. I think he's just another one of these, like, people that, like, this is the trendy thing is the Israel-Palestine shit. You're about Hamas is fabricated. And whatever isn't, doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dave implied, or outright even said in one of the things that, like, the fucking Mossad did 9/11. Like, bruh, you're on some shit, okay? Over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's fault. Ha! Minimize non-combatant casualties. Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil. They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop being ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy is fucking unhinged. I don't know how many fucking tweets I've archived here. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is a section where he just reads old tweets of mine that Canary Mission captured in a cartoonish, angry voice and doesn't even attempt to respond to them. It's really...
What am I supposed to respond to? Also, you act cartoonishly evil, so I don't know how you can be upset or why you would get ass pained if somebody reads your, like, you literally you tweet and you respond to comments and you speak like you're a fucking anime villain, like all the time, constantly. Jesus.
Pathetic. Israel does spread propaganda about Hamas. The few hundred people they killed on October 7th don't even remotely hold a candle to the tens of thousands Israel slaughtered prior, or the hundreds.
What does that mean? Tens of thousands that they slaughtered prior? How many people do you think have died in like the history of Israel-Palestine? Like, I don't know what he even thinks the numbers are on this. And then also, like, it's just really weird. I don't know if we would ever say this in any other conflict, like do the numbers game. Like, it doesn't hold a candle to the number of people killed. Like, that's just very, very, very strange phrasing. I don't think anybody would ever use that phrasing for any other type of conflict ever. That's a really weird numbers game to play there.
Hundreds of thousands since, and they are indeed the product of an extended brutal military occupation, which has specifically been funded and supported by Netanyahu since their inception. People who are brutally oppressed and subjugated for decades become radicalized against their oppressors.
You do know that, like, just because, and I know he loves to use his propaganda funding, just because somebody fundraises or supports propaganda against a thing doesn't mean that the thing that's being propagandized is suddenly like alleviated from all bad claims. It doesn't mean that every single thing said about them is incorrect. It doesn't mean that there's actually nothing bad about the thing being propagandized against, right? You can rest on that point all you want, but like I said before, it feels like when a lot of people want to talk about the propaganda point, they're just doing it so they don't ever have to actually talk about the thing itself. They can just write off all the criticisms as being crazy Hasbara, and then they don't have to talk about any of it. And that's pretty intellectually lazy.
It's not that weird. Then for the next one, it's obviously me pushing back on some paid Hasbara operative lying to the whole internet about how Israel does everything it can to minimize civilian casualties.
Well, Hamas does everything they can to maximize civilian casualties. No? Do they? Do they not? Is that not true? Because if it's not true, I'd love to hear a counter to that.
When in fact, Israel specifically targets civilians at all times.
How can you say that? Like, I'm sorry, you can't be of the mind that, and I know that this fucking retard would give this talking about, you can't be of the mind that, well, the only reason why Israel hasn't killed all of them is because that would be such an obvious genocide that the entire world would take notice and it would be completely and totally politically untenable. And then say in the next breath, they intentionally target civilians as much as they can. Like, so what is it? Do they intentionally target them and they suck at it? They're the worst people on the planet? Or are they trying to keep the numbers low all the time so that the planet doesn't catch on? Like,
this was everything it can to minimize civilian casualties, when in fact, Israel specifically targets civilians at all times. This
like, at all times? Like, what?
Was during the first blatant carpet bombing campaign early in the genocide.
Carpet bombing? How is it possible that they didn't kill, like, half the population? Carpet bombing? Like, this is just retarded. I don't know how to engage with that. How is it that you could possibly carpet bomb an area that is that densely packed and kill so few people? Why wouldn't you kill like half the population, or at least a quarter of them? It's been 2 years, and the death toll is around 70, 80,000, which is high. It's not good. It sucks. It's bad for a number of different reasons. We can talk about a number of different reasons to it, but carpet bombing? Really?
When they were just destroying entire city blocks with zero regard for who they killed, because I already knew back then that this was what they had in mind, which is easily confirmed by looking at the sea of rubble that is Gaza today. Glad to see that Destiny has intelligent responses to these obvious facts and isn't just humiliating.
Obvious fact? Like, what you're saying that it's like an obvious fact, but all of the everything, if we're going to go by obvious self-evident stuff, just seems to contradict your narrative. There should be so many more dead people. So many more dead people in the most densely packed area on the planet. It doesn't make sense. Something is not adding up here.
Self with empty pageantry. But as long as we're looking at old tweets, since he seems to think that mine are so unhinged and indefensible, maybe we should play a quick round of defend that tweet, don't you think? I just defended these two quite easily. Now it's Destiny's turn. Okay, so this user named Babygirl said to Steven, ignoring a safe word and...
Your tweets are directly relevant to the information that you're spewing in the video, and you defend those tweets to this day. If you want to go and find old, edgy tweets of mine that are completely irrelevant to the conversation, that I also don't even defend, I don't know what the point is, besides making it a hit piece. But if you want to do the hit piece, there's a whole list of greatest hits that you can run down. I've been on the internet for 16 years, so knock yourself out.
Not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Wow, it sounds like Destiny was implying that if you're having sex with someone and they ask you to stop, you totally don't have to, and it's not rape to continue fucking them while they scream no repeatedly. That's pretty messed up, but...
Well, I don't think that was quite the argument, but okay. I guess we can just pretend in 2016 I was pro-rape. Okay.
Hang on, maybe she misunderstood him. I bet he's gonna reply and clear everything up. Kill yourself, you fucking cunt. I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die holy. Wow, Steven, that's pretty graphic and uncalled for. But since I had a chance to explain my tweets that you...
I also really like that he removes the dates from all of these too. This was yesterday, by the way.
...mocked without actually saying anything, it's only fair that we give you the same chance. So...
I also like, hold on, are your tweets that you're making about information related to... Israel, Palestine, and Hamas and everything else, is this the same as a personal unhinged tweet that I am launching on my Twitter? Like, none of this is even remotely comparable.
I had a chance to explain my tweets that you mocked without.
And I don't stand by this tweet anymore. I think it was an unhinged, retarded tweet. Like, if you want, you can post it in every future video. I don't know what you want me to say. The difference is I'm not defending my tweets like you defend yours.
Actually saying anything.
And mine are relevant
it's
to
only
politics.
fair that we give you the same chance. So, Steven,
Defend that tweet!
Oh, I'm sorry, Steven, that's not gonna cut it. Fuck. I guess your tweet is just totally fucking indefensible, and you're a disgusting monster with zero regard for female bodily autonomy, huh? I guess combing through old tweets of mine wasn't such a great idea, now was it? Let's get back to the video.
The point is that you still believe the things that you tweeted, and the things that you tweeted are retarded and wrong. That's the point, right? This is the point.
Yo, big guy. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographs.
He said he saw photographs of beheaded babies. He shouldn't have said this. I don't know where. He might have actually seen it, though. But I'm pretty sure he walks the comment back the next day, too. The claim was not originated by Israel. Or I think it was somebody said Channel 4? Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
maybe he saw them? No, he didn't, because it doesn't exist. You're simultaneously admitting that this wasn't true and then speculating as to whether Biden actually saw it? What? Biden said it because Bibi asked him to. It's clear as fucking day.
I don't even think Biden said I think he said he saw the pictures, and then I think he mumbles out like the beheaded. I don't know if he even says beheaded babies or children. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see what he says.
Private conversation you've been having, which you should continue to have, but I just came to basically, I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I give you my word as a Biden. Thank you. Thank you for the intensity of your support. It matters. It matters that Americans see what's happening. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. I never thought I'd ever, anyway, but there are countries in the region that are trying to be of some help, including Arab nations. They're trying to be of some help. So, anyway. Mr. President, who do you call for evidence from my faith. From my faith.
Okay, I think that's all he mentions. I don't think there's no 40 beheaded babies comment here. He said the children thing, not the babies. That 40 comment was a... Hold on. Somebody like do a Snopes thing on this. This was published on October 12th, 2023. Updated on December 18th, 2023. Were Israeli babies beheaded by Hamas militants during attack on Kfar Aza? Here's what we know. Go to the archive. As violence escalated in Israel, Palestine. Okay. Politicians, news media, and activists in the US and UK spread a rumor about Hamas fighters supposedly beheading as many as 40 Israeli infants. As we looked into the claim, we found contradictory reports from journalists, Israeli army officials, and almost no independent corroborations of the alleged war crime, leading to concerns among fact-checkers that such a claim may be premature or unsubstantiated. U.S. President Joe Biden was among those who claimed terrorists were beheading children. While speaking at a meeting of Jewish leaders at the White House, his office later clarified that he had not actually seen evidence of such beheadings. I think this was either the next day or the same day. So it's not like they were spreading this constantly for weeks, months, years, or whatever. They soft walked this back, or maybe hard walked it back. This is either the same day or the next day. Meanwhile, mainstream news outlets from Metro News in the UK to Sky News Australia also reported on the alleged atrocity, with Fox News in an October 10th headline claiming at least 40 babies, some beheaded, found by Israel soldiers in Hamas-attacked village. Fox News is not, believe it or not, an Israeli-owned media outlet. The conflict began on October 7th when the Palestinian militant group did blah, 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 blah. Unverified reports about the escalating violence spread with incredible speed online, sometimes even with the unwitting help of journalists. The rumor about Israeli infants being beheaded was chief among such viral claims, considering its lack of evidence for independent verification. The story appeared to stem from alleged observations by Israeli soldiers after a massacre in the village of Kfar Aza. For example, an Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson told Insider that soldiers on the ground who were there told him that soldiers found the decapitated corpses of babies at Kfar Aza. The spokesperson said he had not seen photos or videos of the alleged deaths himself, and no further details about the alleged visual evidence were available. A few journalists claimed to have obtained or at least seen visual proof, photos or videos of the deaths, though that evidence was not publicly accessible nor available to Snopes as of this writing. When Snopes reached out to the IDF to comment on the underlying rumor, namely that Israeli babies were beheaded by Hamas, the military did not confirm that the purported beheadings happened. However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spokesperson Tal Heinrich stated to media that babies and toddlers had been found with their heads decapitated in Kfar Aza. That said, Israeli authorities told other journalists they had not shared photographic evidence of the killings to preserve the privacy of the victims and their families. It's a dead baby, an IDF spokesperson said to CNN. Doesn't matter if it's burned or decapitated. On October 12th, Israel released images of slain children and civilians, showing them to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and NATO defense ministers. Blinken told reporters he saw photographs and videos of a baby riddled with bullets, young people burned alive, and beheaded soldiers. Netanyahu's office also posted online photos of a dead infant in a pool of blood and the charred body of a child. Reuters noted that none of the images released indicated evidence that militants had beheaded babies. We should note, Jewish burial sites may complicate blah, blah, blah. Hamas representatives denied the allegations involving the beheadings of children. So this, I'm pretty sure the entire this guy in this video here said, hold on. In this video, Zedek walked through an area with body bags and at one point stated, one of the commanders here said at least 40 babies were killed. Some of them, their heads cut off. There's like this weird game of like sensationalist claims that were fucking ejected out of this from the October 7th attacks. There's a different word I'm looking for. They were jettisoned out that like carried really far. But the 40 beheaded babies thing, I don't know if any Israeli thing ever reported it. But obviously other outlets started to pick this claim up and then, you know, ran around with it. But I don't think this was ever confirmed by the IDF. I don't think the IDF ever said that they saw this. There have been some, I guess, like statements like this. So there were 40 babies killed. Some of them had their heads cut off. But the specific 40 beheaded babies lie that people criticize so much, I don't think this was ever sourced from an Israeli outlet. I don't believe ever. I've never seen evidence of it coming from an Israeli outlet. But maybe Professor Dave will show us some.
Destiny is pretending that some French news network made up this claim. It was being pushed by every single Israeli official and Hasbara
So we see Hamas beheaded Jewish babies. Okay, so this guy, Arsen Ostrovsky, this says 40 babies have been found murdered. Oh, and he says beheaded. So this account, this is not true. Now, I don't know if this guy is an official Israeli spokesperson or what for this particular guy here. And then this is decapitated. So only one of these shows the actual lie that he's talking about. And this is wrong. I don't know who this guy is, but this is 100% not, well, at least 40 beheaded babies I don't believe has ever been true.
Influencer on the fucking internet. The IOF conjured it out of thin air. It spread to journalists. It was confirmed by an Israeli spokesperson.
Wait.
Influencer on the fucking internet. The IOF...
Around 40 babies were taken out on gurneys. This does not say 40 beheaded babies. Babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated. Okay, but this is not 40 beheaded babies. I don't know where we're at now, and ultimately if there were literally no beheaded babies or 0 people had their heads cut off for babies or shot in the head or whatever the fuck.
Conjured it out of thin air. It spread to journalists. It was confirmed by an Israeli spokesperson and then echoed by the fucking...
But this spokesperson's
internet.
comment here
the
is
IOF...
not... I don't know if getting shot a lot in the head as a baby counts as a head decapitated. I don't know. I feel like decapitated generally means cut off. But heads decapitated, babies and toddlers found with heads decapitated is not saying 40 beheaded babies. This is not the same claim.
Conjured it out of thin air. It spread to journalists. It was confirmed by an Israeli...
It literally says right here, update. Israel cannot confirm the specific claim that babies were beheaded in Hamas's attack. An official says. Now this is contradicting previous public statement. Maybe because they were saying heads decapitated up here, that would be a contradiction. But again, even on the reply to this, it's saying that Israel's not confirming the 40 beheaded babies.
Spokesperson, and then echoed by the fucking president of the United States. The president told...
Who, again, walked it back, like, within a day on their thing, because he said that he saw pictures of babies dead, and I think he might have said beheaded, but he didn't see pictures of beheaded babies, because I don't know if any of those have ever been released ever. Because I don't know if that actually happened.
Americans. He saw pictures of 40 beheaded babies.
He never said 40.
Because Bibi told him to say it.
And that's it. Okay.
Help manufacture consent for genocide. This is not a little oopsie. This is manifesting anti-Arab sentiment to greenlight the slaughtering of Palestinians.
Okay.
Later, he admitted he didn't actually see it since nobody was going to let that shit.
Later? Like, when did Biden make that statement? Because this article is dated October 11th. Also, in the clip, yeah, Biden says children, not babies. That's true as well. So, I also hate this thing that people do where they're like, Bibi told him to tell the most obvious lie ever, but then they realized that the lie wasn't going to work because it was a lie, so then they had to walk it back. And it's like, what the fuck do you think the point of a lie is? They know that it's not real. That's the whole point of telling a fucking lie.
To greenlight the slaughtering of Palestinians. Later, he admitted he didn't actually see it since nobody was going to let that shit slide, but the damage of the initial claim had been done. This is how propaganda works. Anyone diminishing this should not be taken seriously ever. Endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
People don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say that, fuck, I just mind fucking myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on much.
What? I just brought up Israel's track record of persistent systematic sexual abuse as a method of torture. He made
much.
What?
Rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on much.
What? I just brought up Israel's track record of persistent systematic sexual abuse as a method of torture. He made no comment on that, said that many people pushed back on the allegations of rape on October 7th, and then neither refuted that position nor condemned Israel's obsession with raping people. What a farce.
Sure. I was just mentioning the Hamas side of this because it's a very common denial thing that these people engage in. I haven't done a ton of reading or research into the systematic, whatever, the prison rape stuff. If it's happening, it's bad. But for every single fucking story that comes out of Israel, I have to do a fuck ton of reading on all the underlying documents to figure out the truth of it because so many people fucking lie about all this. But I'm agnostic on the position. I don't take a strong side for or against it, which is why I didn't comment on it. Believe it or not, it's okay to not have a strong opinion about something. Like, if you don't know about the specific thing.
Behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim the Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges that. I really like one of my favorite things about the bases underneath is that they started switching the argument from, and I don't know if Dave will do in this video, is a lot of the pro-Pally people switched the argument from there are no underground bunkers to, well, of course there are underground bunkers. We know this because Israel put them there when they built the hospitals for them. Even Amnesty International, everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted. Like Amnesty International in 2014 did big reports on Al-Shifa Hospital, for instance, being used by Hamas for torturing people and as a base of operations. And there's like tunnels underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital in such a way that they obviously knew they were operating there. But
everybody acknowledges this? That's funny because no, they fucking don't. Especially Amnesty International, who said the precise opposite of what you just claimed. You blew right past the ridiculous CGI video I showed of an incredibly elaborate system of tunnels and rooms filled with weapons and whatnot, as well as Israel's pathetic attempt to substantiate this claim upon raiding Al-Shifa. They could have filmed their entry live on body cams and shown everyone this elaborate terrorist base, no? Instead, they delayed for the better part of a day, and when they finally showed everyone what was inside, it was just a few guns they planted next to an MRI machine and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. That's all. They released a video...
it would have been after, is it called HaSLOP? I always forget. 2014, Amnesty International, Al-Shifa Hospital, human rights violation, interrogation, torture, was it 2015? Hamas forces carried out a brutal campaign of abductions, torture, and unlawful killings against Palestinians accused of collaborating with Israel and others during Israel's military offensive against Gaza in July and August of 2014, according to a new report by Amnesty International. Strangling necks, abduction, torture, and summary killings of Palestinians by Hamas forces during the 2014 Gaza-Israel conflict highlights a series of abuses, such as the extrajudicial execution of at least 23 Palestinians and the arrest and torture of dozens of others, including members and supporters of Hamas's political rivals, Fatah. I'm pretty sure this happens at the Al-Shifa hospital. That's why I said it, like, but nobody denies this. Hamas forces used the abandoned areas of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, including the outpatients clinic area, to detain, interrogate, torture, and otherwise ill-treat suspects, even as other parts of the hospital continue to function as a medical center. And I'm pretty sure on October 7th, we saw Hamas, like after the attacks, like running people into these hospitals as well, more than just Al-Shifa as well. So this is just not... I don't think anybody really seriously denies these claims. There was this as well. Is this where Hamas is bringing hostages to, is it just Al-Shifa? Like they run these hostages to the hospital after October 7th, and then I think like doctors come out to escort them in or whatever. Nope, just kidding. No footage for us. Yeah, AI. Oh, that's not AI. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Contains distressing images. IDF releases CCTV. It says, shows Hamas bringing hostages to Al-Shifa Hospital on 7 October. Bloody person. Not real blood. And before, shouldn't the terrorists want to bring them to hospitals to make sure they're okay?
Showing a tunnel and 2 small rooms, which could have been fucking anything. Zero evidence of terrorist activity. Amnesty International, along with anyone else possessing a fully functional brain, specifically said that they have seen no credible evidence to support the claim that Al-Shifa housed a military command center. The New York Times said the same, despite often shilling for Israel. Lies are all you have, Stephen. Several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
Well, there was also the, was it Al-Shifa or was it another hospital where there was a big one that I think got a lot of international backlash for UNRWA, where there was like an entrance to this underground area, literally close enough to the entrance of the actual thing that they must have known they were cooperating. And I think this was like one of the first times I think UNRWA got big international pushback as well, because it was like, what are you guys doing here? I'm trying to remember what the... Mohammed Sinwar was killed under the European hospital, by the way. Was he? Is that where he died?
A tidal wave of lies in the form of social...
UNRWA refutes Israeli implications of Hamas tunnel below Gaza HQ. The aid agency says it has no knowledge of areas beneath its headquarters in Gaza. This is an Al Jazeera article as well, okay? So the chief of the UN's aid agency in Gaza has said that it had no knowledge of what was beneath its abandoned headquarters amid Israeli claims that a Hamas tunnel ran below the Gaza City site. Felipe Lazzarini of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine said on X later on Saturday the agency did not know what is under its headquarters in Gaza. Israel previously accused UNRWA of colluding with Hamas's military operations, prompting several donors to withdraw funding. The UNRWA chief's comments came after the Israeli army invited journalists to visit the tunnel. The Israeli military did not provide definitive proof that Hamas fighters operated at the location, but showed that at least a portion of the tunnel system ran underneath the courtyard of the aid agency's headquarters. Inside one of the buildings, journalists saw a room full of computers with wires stretching down into the ground. Soldiers then showed them a room in an underground tunnel complex where they claimed the wires connected. The underground room bore a wall of electrical cabinets with multicolored buttons and was lined with dozens of cables. The military claimed the room served as a hub powering tunnel infrastructure in the area. Israel has repeatedly said that one of the main objectives of its war in Gaza is to destroy the underground network that it says is used by Hamas to move its fighters, weapons, and supplies. While few knew the full extent of what some Israel officials call the metro, the tunnels are believed to cross the entire enclave for hundreds of kilometers. Experts estimate a depth of 15 to 60 meters. I'm curious what his claim is about like these tunnel things. Does he think that like none of them exist at all? Does he think that all of it is fake? Or does he think that... I'm curious what, like, does he make any, like, positive statements? Like, does he make a statement with relation to what he... Like, I'm very curious what his position is on it.
Social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner...
People say this. Where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively HaSLOP. You can tell this too, because these people, by the way, today, people like Professor David Hassan will still tell you that big hospital bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people. It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Like, no way is he still going to back this talking point. Or will he? Rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people or whatever. Like it was not a fucking missile.
What the fuck are you rambling about? Israel has bombed every single hospital in Gaza. 90% are completely non-operational. Just a couple are operating with highly limited capacity. This moron is whining about who bombed one of the hospitals as if to say that Israel doesn't bomb hospitals. They've bombed every single hospital.
Oh, I don't know if he wasn't I don't know if he wasn't following the news or whatever. The the one that I'm talking about was specifically egregious because the claim was that Israel had sent like a targeted munition into a hospital, blew it up, and killed like 500 people. It was a massively egregious claim. It was like a week after October 7th. Al Ali Hospital, I think. Yeah, it's surprising to me that he's not aware of that claim. But okay.
Hospital in Gaza, every single one. They also specifically targeted and slaughtered doctors. Pally slop my ass. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers.
Good misdirection, I guess.
How dare she humanize children who have had their legs children and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers? How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life. I'm explaining how Ms. Rachel qualified as anti-Semite of the week for requesting that Israel stop bombing children and singing songs with Palestinian double.
Like, why? Like, I don't have a strong opinion on the Miss Rachel shit because I haven't dug that much into it. But like, the thing that hurts your credibility, but I know he doesn't care because none of these people actually care about their credibility because it's all propaganda at the end of the day for all these fucking losers regardless, is when you can't even accurately state why somebody does a thing. Why the fuck should anybody believe you? Like, they shouldn't. You should have no credibility. Nobody should believe you. Whether or not you think that people were too harsh or not harsh enough on Miss Rachel or whatever based on the comments that she was liking or the things that she was making in the comment section, when you can't even accurately state why people have an issue, then nobody should believe or trust anything you say, right? Like, was that really the issue? Was that people were mad that that she was
qualified as anti-Semite of the week for requesting that Israel stop bombing children and singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers.
That's why people were mad at her, really? I mean, I don't know. That's
his response is to smile like a creep and mutter dude under his breath or whatever the fuck he said. This is the whole video. I'm going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the
Jesus Christ.
The less that destiny has.
The cartoons.
Awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force.
What is the intellectual commentary that I'm supposed to provide for the Israeli soldier looking in the mirror? Oh, and he's got the inbred face and everything. Nice. And we see that, oh my God, he's become the Nazi. Like, what is the commentary and feedback that I'm supposed to give on this? You know, if you really wanted to have a really good back and forth, we used to do this way back in the day. It was called a debate, you cowardly, spineless fuck. If you want to just have a debate about any of these topics, then we can fucking do it instead of doing the response to the response to the response. Like, I don't treat a lot of these claims seriously because you're a very unserious person who clearly knows nothing about the conflict. And so why the fuck, there are other people that have done more serious debunkings of this, but you got mad because you thought theirs were too long. Loaderbox did a good video on this. Pangburn has done several on this. There are other people that have talked about a lot of these issues ad nauseum. Like, why do you think you're even entitled to that much of my response or my time? If you really wanted to, we could debate on it. Now, he claims that he won't debate me because I'm bad faith, despite the fact that he made a living debating flat earthers and science deniers, which is really weird. So those people were good faith. Like, it says something about the weakness of your position, but it also communicates to me that you know that your position is weak if you're so fucking afraid to have a conversation about these topics when apparently it's all overdetermined for you, right? You know that like these topics are all, you're so heavily favored for all these topics. Why would you be so afraid of having a conversation?
The pure evil in the world since the
Jesus Christ.
The less that destiny has to say, the higher in pitch he goes. Yes, the Nazis exterminated Jews, and Zionists...
I'll laugh in a low pitch voice. Oh.
Exterminate Palestinians. The disregard for human life is identical. Shouting Jesus Christ sarcastically is not a refutation of this obvious fact.
A lot of these things are like half-truths or like crazy people interviewing. I think that Yoav Gallant thing, I think I've looked it up before. I think he was explicitly referring to Hamas when they were going into fight there. This was said like, I think within a week or two, I think after the war began, because I think that quote made it into the South African case that they brought against Israel for the genocide prevention stuff. And I feel like I looked into the start of that quote. And I think a few of them that they'll say they're talking about all Palestinians, but they're referring to Hamas.
Nope, they're talking about Palestinians, always. I showed so many clips and statements where genocidal intent towards all Palestinians is explicitly expressed. Nuh-uh is not an argument.
Okay. A few of them, the South African case. This is the last thing I'm fact checking, and I'm not going to do this for the whole video. Okay, South Africa, ICJ, genocide claim, Israel.pdf. Gallant. What was the specific quote that he referenced? This was said like half-truths.
Life is identical. Shouting Jesus Christ sarcastically is not a refutation of this obvious fact.
A lot of these things are like half-truths or like crazy people interviewing. I think that Yoav Gallant thing, I think I've looked it up before. I think he was explicitly... Okay. Well, we have one Gallant quote referenced here. Oh, it's this one. It's the human animals one here. This was citation 452. Thanks.
מצור מוחלט על העיר.
How do I make it English? Wait, click settings for settings. Subtitles. Fuck, I shouldn't rely on a translation here. When, this is the article that quotes him. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said that he has ordered a complete siege of the Gaza Strip as Israel fights the Hamas terror group. I've ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed, Gallant says, following an assessment of the IDF Southern Command in Beersheba. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly, he adds. I would say, without more context, it's a stretch here to assume that he's just talking about all Palestinians, right? When they're literally referencing a specific military operation against a specific group that is the government of, I mean, like, if Ukraine were to say, like, we're going to go to war and we're going to kill all the Russians, like, are they talking about every Russian civilian? This is not enough, in my opinion, this is not enough to say that.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
Oh, this translated as human beings instead of human animals. I'm pretty sure animals is the word, but this is not enough to claim that he's talking about every single Palestinian person is a human animal or whatever in here. No. And I don't think there's any more in the filing here. About that statement. That was footnote 452. And then 453. What do they have here?
אני מסתכל על הפנים שלך. אני ראיתי פנים של לוחמים.
Are they still auto-translating? I remember seeing this quote where it was this one. He further announced that Israel was moving to a full-scale response and that he had removed every restriction on Israeli forces. I remember seeing this quote showed up, and I'm pretty sure, I think he got asked to clarify that later. It might have been in this article itself. But like the remove every restriction, some people are like looking at this like, oh, so they're going to just kill civilians indiscriminately. It's like, that's not what that means. Stop. That's ridiculous. I think they might have been asked specifically about that quote later on. But in the hours after his country was attacked, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared war on Hamas. On Tuesday, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant toured southern Israel along the Gaza border, telling soldiers they're moving to a full-scale response to the Hamas surprise attack and that he's removed every restriction. Hamas wanted to see a change in Gaza. The reality is Gaza will make a 180. They will regret their actions, Gallant said. Or Gallant, I think. If there are some, I think, because I went through all of these, I had to go through all of these quotes in preparation for my Finkelstein debate. They think there are a couple in here that are not good, that are pretty fucked up. But a lot of these are not like, it'll be a statement where it's like, we're going to move in and destroy, these people. And then they interpret like these people, meaning like they're going to kill every Palestinian. But then obviously when you look at the way they've conducted the military operation, clearly that's not what's happening. But then when you ask people, well, why aren't they just killing every single person? Then they say, well, they're not killing all of them because if they killed all of them, it would be too obvious that it's a genocide. But then when you ask them why they're bombing so much, they say that it's a carpet bombing campaign. And Professor Dave himself just said that they're intentionally targeting civilians. Like, the story doesn't... Something is not like lining up here. It's... the South African case that they brought against Israel for the genocide prevention stuff. And I feel like I looked into this like, when I think a few of them that they'll say they're talking about all Palestinians, but they're referring to. Do you know if Gallant, is it Gallant or Gallant clarified later? Well, and that one, if somebody gives a statement like this to the media and there's no clarification afterwards, you can't assume that it's that dramatic of a statement, because the person interviewing the person would probably ask for clarification, right? Like if somebody were to say, like, our troops are going to be pushing in and we're going to be fighting, you know, we're going to destroy all of them or whatever. If it's a statement like that, you would never just assume that, oh, they must mean kill every single civilian too, because there would be a follow-up question or something related to that. That would just be an insane thing to just kind of hang out there. And then none of the behavior relating to the Israeli military seems to have followed that, like, mass extermination policy. But then when you ask them why there was no mass extermination, they'll just say, because it would have made the genocide too obvious. But then why would they be making statements like this to the media if we're going to interpret them in the worst way possible, statements that are all of genocidal intent, but then not just go and do the genocide itself? It's like, so much of this is like, somebody in chat just said Schrodinger's genocide, where it's like sometimes they're genocidal and sometimes they're not. It just depends on the particular statements and action we're looking at, depending on how we want to interpret it. When, like, the statement that I've always made, or the question I've always had for people that are on this side of things is, how do you differentiate between a war where one side is clearly more powerful than the other versus like a genocide? And I really don't think that I've never heard like a response to that. I don't know if I asked that in this video, and even if so, I don't know if Dave would even be able to give a response to that. But to Hamas.
Nope, they're talking about Palestinians, always. I showed so many clips and statements where genocidal intent towards all Palestinians.
So, like, we will turn Gaza into an island of ruins. This is not good, but, like, genocidal? It could be, I guess. It's Netanyahu. We are dropping hundreds of tons of bombs on Gaza. The focus is on destruction, not accuracy. But, like, clearly that's not what happened, right? Because why didn't they just bomb, like... I don't know how to convey how nonsense that the statements of indiscriminate bombing are. It's an incredibly small area. There are so many people that are so densely populated there. Why aren't there 1 million dead people? It doesn't... Now, there's only one goal, Nakba, expulsion of the Palestinians, a Nakba in Gaza that will dwarf the Nakba of 1948. That's a pretty clear ethnic cleansing, mass expulsion comment. That's not good. I would say this comment is not defensible. Now, I'll also say this was an October 7th comment, which is probably when people are going to be saying the most unhinged shit, but still not good. Why about their families, their mothers, and their children? These animals will not be allowed to live any longer. I think I remember watching this guy give a speech, but this is just like a random dude. He's not like he's not even a politician, I don't think. Veteran of the Israeli army. I want to tell the world what they have long known about me in Israel. I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care about Gaza. They can go swimming in the sea. Maya Golan. Okay. It is an entire nation who are responsible. This rhetoric about civilians supposedly not being involved is absolutely untrue, and we will fight until we break their backs. I mean, this is like kind of true. A lot of the population is involved with hiding and everything. Now, you can't kill all of the... you can't just go kill all the civilians, but again, that's not happening. Jericho missile, doomsday weapon. That's my opinion. Powerful rockets to be fired without borders. Gaza to be smashed and razed to the ground without mercy. Okay. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything we are closed. Oh, this is the Yoav Gallant thing that we just said. But again, this is in the context of fighting Hamas. You can pretend he's saying all people. Here's what I don't like. I've already said it earlier, so I don't like these quotes. If you try to not clip, you can just take honest quotes. If you were to take all quotes from Sinwar, from Haniyeh, from oh my god, I'm forgetting the names. Sinwar, leader of the Gaza Strip. Haniyeh was the head of all of Hamas, and then there's the Politburo, and then Mohammed Diaf, I think. Diaf was the Al-Qassam Brigade's leader, the head of the military, I think, right? If you were to take quotes from Hamas leaders, you can find 1 million quotes like this, and you can smear them on pictures and everything else, or of any other like Hamas leadership. But as soon as you do that, like, I don't know, you get into this like Hamas doesn't represent all the people, or they're a smaller, they're an oppressed people, so they can say or do whatever. Like, one thing that's kind of interesting is, why is it that No, I already know the answer. I was going to say, like, why is there infinite charity given to the Palestinian side, but then none given to the other side? And it's because they always just say it's the oppressed people comment. I don't know. This is like a thought terminating. It's thought terminating, I guess. Yeah.
Is explicitly expressed. Nah is not an argument.
I'm sorry, I'm never going to be going to look up every random fucking TikTok video that you find of whatever the fuck the citations are and all this. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Loanerbox and I think Pangburn I think did. You can go and have every TikTok video debunk thing ever if you want, but like this is retarded, bro. Like how is the science debunker professor guy literally doing, look at all my TikTok videos?
Pretty fucked up, huh? A chuckle and a grin is your response to Israeli Karens chanting about wanting to burn villages down while jazzercise.
Like we can point out the fuck, what was the name of that one, the Mickey Mouse cartoon? What am I thinking of? Somebody knows it. Farfor? When he sacrifices himself to the Israeli. Israeli beats and kills Farfor. The Hamas making that.
فرفور بدنا نشتري الأرض شري يا فرفور بدنا نديك مصاري كتير. لا مش إحنا اللي بنبيع أراضينا لناس إرهابيين. فرفور نعم بدك تجيب الأوراق يعني بدك تجيب الأوراق. مش جايب الأوراق ومش جايب الأوراق. فرفور نعم بدك تجيب الأوراق فرفور.
I mean, I like it's these are just not like a serious approach to this. I don't know what you want me to say. Like. What like we could do the here's TikTok clips everything game, yeah.
Or whatever the fuck this is. Great contribution.
A lawmaker from the far-right Otzma Yehudit party told the Knesset on Wednesday that there are no innocent civilians, no innocent children in Jenin, I think they might call this. Okay, so that's a fairly unhinged quote, but like this Jenin is known as a place that you shouldn't go because you'll probably get fucking killed. Like even our Palestinian tour guide that was willing to take us to Nablus wouldn't take us to Jenin. That's like, I'm not saying that that's an acceptable quote, but that's like I think I see it as like one of the most like, you're gonna get fucking rocked if you go to this place.
Right. It's bad to say that children aren't innocent, but this is a super bad place, so it's okay to say it about that place. Murdering children in that specific town is therefore more defensible. Are you listening to this douchebag?
I don't think I've ever said that, but also your very white, very American, very wealthy concept of a child is anybody under the age of 18, whereas in a lot of these places, like kids are given AKs at 10, 11 years old and taught to fight. Like a 15, 16, 17-year-old fighter is not just going to be like a child from fucking Disney World that you're murking for no fucking reason.
Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence.
Like, I would never defend the crazy... There are some fucking insane Israelis, like there are. But you can find them saying insane stuff all the time. It's really weird to come down on somebody saying insane shit, like on October 7th, though.
It doesn't matter what the date is. Genocidal intent is genocidal intent.
This is such a stupid non-response. It's such a dumb comment. Like, this is also an annoying thing that just happens in this conflict is there's like infinite charitability given to the Palestinians, right? Like earlier, I think he said it in this video earlier, that if you oppress a certain people for long enough, of course it's going to radicalize them. And it's like, so wouldn't you expect people after like an insanely violent action and an insanely violent attack, wouldn't you expect them to be a little bit radicalized? Like a lot of Israelis were kind of sort of radicalized after the Second Intifada. Like that was a lot of the conservative movements there have been a response to all of the terrorism that occurred during those 4 or 5 years. Like, why is it only one side you would ever expect to get radicalized over comments? No? Like...
And you are indeed defending it, and they say this shit all the time. Before October 7th and after it too. Countless such statements in this video that you blow right past without acknowledging.
Destiny, why don't you just debate Dave? Dave will never talk about this subject. The pro-Pallies have to remain as isolated as possible on this topic because they know nothing about the region, they know nothing about the history, and they have no prescription for what to do in this place.
No, I won't talk to you about this because you're a worthless genocide-denying propaganda peddler who will just motormouth a meth-fueled, gish-galloped avalanche of lies and unrelated minutia to deflect from the very obvious genocide you deny.
But none of the anti-vaxxers are like this. None of the flat earthers are like this. None of the young earth creationists are like that. Like, I'm uniquely, like, it should tell you something, and maybe at some point it'll break through, or maybe not. Maybe it'll be 5 or 10 years, and then once the Israel-Palestine fantasy that all these people have been living in for so long, maybe it'll finally, I guess, like, get old and boring. You have a guy who literally markets himself as the aggressive online debater bro, who is, like, screaming at people in comment sections and YouTube videos and is like eager and keen and horny to debate every single fucking science denier on the internet. Every single one of them. He will constantly say, actually, didn't I fucking tweet out a video of him literally explaining this concept? But for some reason, on this topic, where it's like overdetermined that I'm wrong, right? Because a billion people say it's a genocide, right? On this topic, he can't engage. Fuck me, I tweeted it way too long ago. There's a video that he released where he talks about like the only reason why people dodge debates is because they are they're cowardly or whatever. Somebody find it.
You're a coward because you've never... No, you're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate. Because you don't actually want to debate me. Because you're a pathetic toddler coward. He can't handle being humiliated because his fake image as some kind of scholar is his entire currency. He makes 100% of his living off of donations. So to be seen for the pathetic science-illiterate loser that he is would be career suicide. But of course he can't actually debate me or he would look even dumber than he already does.
Why? You want this nice safe back and forth.
Said the cowardly loser who does nothing but post videos for his fans instead of actually emailing me to set up a debate. I'll still gladly humiliate you on the internet for free, but we both know you're too much of a coward to agree to that. Next, he privately exclaimed that he thought the episode was great. He followed up on wanting me to debate Brett Weinstein on his show, who presumably declined like he already has before on Piers Morgan since he's a cowardly little wiener. Many of you saw my recent video detailing what I would have said to Brett Weinstein if he wasn't a little coward who declined to debate me on Piers Morgan. These two shitheads are universally known to be worthless frauds by literally everybody except for the other grifter influencers in their cabal and their hapless victims. There is no debate, and in fact they avoid debates like the plague because they know they're lying frauds. Each of them had an opportunity to debate me on Piers Morgan and each of them declined, and when Eric grew some plums and faced Sean Carroll, the resulting debacle obliterated the tiny sliver of credibility he was desperately clinging to. And you will be taunted until the end of time because of it. The only way out for you now is to agree to debate me online, since I'd gladly do that for free. But we both know you won't do that either, right, buddy? Because you are a... What's that? You would totally destroy me in debate, but you don't want to because... What's that? It's because I'm such a meanie mean pants and I don't deserve your illustrious attention? Or is it because... You're a joke, Sabor. Your entire existence is a punchline. I'll see you around. Oh wait, no, I won't, because you'll be hiding under your bed anytime someone even mentions my name to you. Later, lose.
Like, bruh.
There's no point. I know plenty about the region and its history. That's how I know about the decades of occupation and apartheid that this genocide is a continuation of. That's how I knew on October 7th that it was the beginning of ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, not a war against terrorists. That's why I was booted from Twitter. And sorry, no prescription? You mean like I don't know what should be done in the region? Just like all these idiot trolls shout at anyone who exposes Israel's genocide? Of course I do. Everyone with a brain and a conscience knows. Dismantle the state of Israel.
Oh, we just need to go do regime change. We need to invade and do another Middle Eastern country regime change. Oh, you're so smart. Fuck me. How could I not have realized that?
Move all Zionists from any position of power. Call the region Palestine, and everyone there can live under a new governing body with equal rights. End apartheid. End occupation. It's not that fucking hard to wrap your head around.
Holy shit, he's so smart.
Too bad having a brain and a conscience doesn't come along with the political power to do anything about it, right, dumbass? Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child. Toddlers. Babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster.
Terrorists. Who said that? Who says that? Who's the famous baby settler guy?
Who's the famous baby settler guy? I'm showing bloody children, which are the reason my video was demonetized, despite his idiot troll army insisting I was lying about that, along with statement after statement demonstrating genocidal intent towards all Palestinians, including children.
Proud of this one.
And his response is to bring up some random thing that Hassan Piker said once that his camp will forever quote out of context to demonize him.
Okay. All right, I'm good on that one. Out of context, you are a fraud, and you are a fraud. I think that one, the Israeli dude, I think one of the reasons he triggered you was right, because you do lie about being a professor. I don't know why you constantly put that in all of your videos, and then you say, well, I was a assistant teacher one time at a college. You're not a professor. You don't have a PhD. But I mean, if you want to make a living online debating retards and just beating up on retards, that's fine. But the amount of cope for why I'm apparently the worst person on the planet to debate when you've literally made a living on debating like flat earthers and science denialists is crazy. That's like it's just such a crazy, weak, spineless position to have. And it's like obviously crazy, weak, and spineless. Jesus. Start calling him a TA Dave. True.
Well,
what do you want to say? He apologized and it's out of context.
And even if he didn't, then, you know, he
It's
didn't
not
mean
bad.
it like that. Donos?
Jesus, you're dying. Hold on. Stop at time. 1 second.
You know what's crazy? I have been ugly a majority of my life.
You're not ugly. You didn't groom yourself.
That's too busy grooming everybody else.
Wait, what?
That's too busy grooming everybody else.
Oh, I got it.
His millennial Elena was 17.
Whoa! 16 actually, but
I laugh at it because it's not true.
Nick.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, never mind.
What?
You have to groom yourself.
Interesting.
Wow.
You know what's crazy?
Okay.
What? You have no thoughts on that?
On the joke?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a...
Really?
You shouldn't joke about? I don't know.
And he'll say, oh, well, Hassan's not joking.
Oh, sorry. Jesus. I don't know anything playing over here. My bad. Jesus.
Yeah. And he'll say, oh, well, Hassan is not joking. Yes, I am. The fuck do you mean?
The fuck?
X said you singing it was advocating for political violence.
What?
Again, no respect for these people. They are worm-like individuals.
Worm-like?
Lower than dirt. My
Lower
opinion
than
on
dirt. Oh my
opinion
God.
on these people couldn't get lower. Like XQC coming out, XQC who literally campaign. XQC who literally, all right, we're done with that kid. We're done with that kid. You will eat a ban if you ever fucking link me his nonsense ever again. I'm just letting you know.
Damn.
Because he's very aggressively trying to cultivate a following for himself. We're not going to do that. No free clout.
Who is he talking about?
Probably Jola.
Are you sure?
That's a joke. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, no. He's talking about David. Oh, the guy. Oh, yeah. Ooh, Hassan's been fighting a lot with David.
Done with that kid. We're done with that kid.
No free clout.
You will eat a ban if you ever fucking link me his nonsense ever again. I'm just letting you know. Because he's very aggressively trying to cultivate a following for himself. We're not going to do that. No free clout. But yeah, XQC, Asmongold, a lot of these people, they don't have any real politics whatsoever. It's just about farming outrage, farming the algorithm.
Oh, really?
You know, they have no, like, if you're getting your political positions from a guy like Asmongold or XQC, you're not going to make it. Okay?
Okay.
Like, XQC would suck off Sex Pestiny if he was the one making the same joke. I mean, he said way more heinous shit regardless, but that's it. They're
XQC criticizes me plenty, but remember, for Hassan, it's never enough. Like, it has to be 100% unequivocal. Like, all the things people say about me, oh, I can't handle any criticism, that's Hassan 1,000,000,000%. It has to be 100% on his side.
Opportunists, it's all drama, it's all algorithm, it's all fucking leaning into outrage manufacturing. Yeah, guy who literally campaigned with Donald Trump is out here talking about how unacceptable. This is a call for violence. Suck my dick. What am I supposed? I'm not allowed to fucking crack jokes that everyone else is cracking. Really?
Not
That's
when you're
what we're doing
campaigning
now?
with fucking senators.
What is this fucking SJW ass bullshit?
SJW?
Okay? What is this fucking pearl clutching? It clearly doesn't work. Part of the reason why it doesn't work is because we push back against it and we say, you're being
Where's his
ridiculous.
suit?
We've seen, you know,
he's in
we've
football
seen what
mode or
you've
something.
cheered
I don't know what
on.
the fuck that is.
We've seen what you fucking got excited for. I'm sorry.
Oh, bring up Israel.
This double standard is totally ridiculous. Okay, we were
Totally
just talking
ridiculous.
about woke one. You can't behave like this.
Jesus. This David guy's been fighting a lot with him. This is the guy that was on the stage in the Unfuck America tour with me and Lunderbox, or not Lunderbox, Irai. And then he's done, I think he does TikTok debates. I don't know if he's on TikTok, but he also has gone out and done more debates as well.
He's been on. Yeah. He's a fucking poser because he has to read the lyrics too.
Shut up, Mootin. This is freaking awesome, Mootin. That's freaking epic. Oh my god. Wait, could you always not do this?
All right, everybody, that was a clip of popular political streamer Hassan Piker. I know who he is. I've known him for a very long time. I'm sure many of you know who he is. He was singing the We Are Charlie Kirk song. And then listen, I can't say that I haven't cracked a few jokes. You know what I mean? I haven't made a few jokes online, on stream even. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, when we're living in such a shitty country, you got to lighten up the mood sometimes in a very disgusting, unforgivable, grotesque way. The problem with this is Hassan is at a different stature politically, and he is being used as a tool by the right that is struggling to garner support from the average American voter to try and drive them away from the Democratic Party. And that's my problem. Crack all the jokes you want, but you have an auditorium filled up to the brim, and you're singing the We Are Charlie Kirk song. This guy is an attention seeker. And I think it's so incredibly obvious. You're not playing serious politics doing this shit in public. And what's really upsetting is that he wants to act as if he's doing serious politics. He's popping up with politicians, trying to push the DSA onto the Democratic Party. And that makes us look bad because Hassan is not popular. He's not favorable. He said so many disgusting things in his past that are likely to just be recycled and used against us, people that completely disagree with him, for years, even following the midterms, because Lord knows this guy is still going to be around. And if you take an even closer look, just to add the cherry on top, he's wearing a Mao Zedong suit. And I know it's not the...
There's got to be at least one black person in this audience, right? Maybe they're in the up there, and we just can't see because the lights are off.
Real name.
Nick Fuentes has got a more diverse movement than Hassan does.
True. I think that woman is black. Okay. I think maybe. I think so. We got at least one. Oh, maybe this one? Two?
He puts him in the front row.
Is a Mao Zedong suit. This is a communist wearing a Mao Zedong suit while singing We Are Charlie Kirk, that has clips circulating online where he's saying it's okay for the capitalist women to get date raped and America deserved 9/11. What the fuck are we doing, bro? Why is this guy being given any airtime by the Democratic Party? Why are we entertaining this guy? Why are we shooting ourselves in the foot? This suit is so corrosive and toxic. And to further prove my point, I want to show you guys what is it that's going on online. You know you did something wrong when Laura Loomer has the confidence to go online and talk shit like she doesn't represent the White House. The Democrats are campaigning with Hassan Piker as he mocks the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The Democratic Party is the party of assassination culture. You see what I'm saying? It's the Red Scare shit. And we're a liberal party. Our guys are Kamala Harris, John Ossoff, James Salarico, Abigail Spanberger. What the fuck are we doing? Why are we shoulder to shoulder with this guy? And just to keep on going, let's look. Who is talking about this? John fucking Doyle? Far-right loser? Let's keep on going. The social media, 5.5 million views. Myron Gaines, everybody. Yeah, these people are evil fucking pieces of shit. What are we doing? Jack Posobiec. Here is Hassan Piker mocking the murder of Charlie Kirk as we approach the 1-year anniversary of his assassination. The Bolsheviks will kill us at all, and they will laugh about it.
Jesus Christ.
It's everywhere.
Chill, buddy.
Unofficial Democrat spokesman Hassan Piker is glorifying the assassination. You see what I'm saying? Congrats to every Democrat, along with the New York Times and CNN, for platforming this evil person. You see what I'm saying? They're platforming this loser who doesn't support liberalism, who doesn't support the Democratic Party, who doesn't support democracy. He's authoritarian. He wants a violent revolution. They're making him seem like the poster boy for our party when he has nothing to do with it. He's walking around with Daria Liza, Zoran Mamdani. Bro, these people are not the front of the Democratic Party making the decisions, deciding the party platform. They're part of the DSA, running under our umbrella, and it makes us look bad. In no world where there is an authoritarian president who is violating our Constitution, destroying our economy, getting us in wars overseas, destroying our standing on the world stage, in no world should they have any fucking ammunition. And it's so easy for us to win. It's so easy. We got it. We got the John Ossoff. You got it. But for some reason, we just want to make it harder on ourselves by positioning next to this fucking dumbass.
I've seen you typing in chat a million times. I don't know how this is so hard for everybody to understand. Destiny, I got to be honest. I think this is pearl clutching. Coming from DGG, if we're outraged over a joke being too edgy, that seems really backwards. Is it just because the Sons community is being weird about it? No, it's because the guy is like openly advocated for violent action, and he has multiple felons in his audience that we see in indictments literally watch his content and they go out and they do fucking violent attacks. Like, the guy is literally openly supported this type of shit. It makes it a lot fucking weirder. Like, Jesus Christ. Is that really that hard to understand?
Why? Why? Why do we need to soften up to these people when we know they're going to hurt our odds? And it's just not just the vibes thing. It's empirically fucking true. The DSA is underwater. It's more unfavorable than MAGA and Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying? We need to disavow this guy. Distance ourselves from this guy. I have nothing to do with Hassan Piker. I don't fucking support Hassan Piker. He's a fucking loser. Attention. What does he care about democracy? This guy doesn't give a shit. He makes a shit ton of money, lives in Los Angeles, like a big-ass house, has expensive-ass clothing on. This guy's not a working-class hero, motherfucker. But we're giving him the ammo, and that's the biggest problem. If Hassan Piker was just doing his fucking thing, walking around, it is what it is. We live in an America where one side is going to weaponize everything against us because they're desperate, because they're losing, because they're so incredibly unpopular as a result of their terrible authoritarian policy, but they want to put us on equal footing. They want to put us on the same level. They want the average American to think that, again, it's a choice between two evils. And it's not. It's really not. So we cannot continue to make space for people like this who are just corrosive to our party, to the mission, to make this country a better fucking place, because at the end of the day, it is what it is. And I'm gonna...
Okay, should I just be using recyclers? Is there any point in using the crushers?
Bruh, everyone hates this game,
Good.
man.
You're literally playing League of Legends.
I'm not playing
League of
right
Legends! League of Legends! So you have no room to talk.
Okay, let's do a vote then. Let's see what they'd like.
No.
Tough time myself supporting someone like Abdul Sayed. And even then, he's ostensibly not even a part of this group. But look at his polling. It's a neck-and-neck race. Why? Why? These people are not electable nationwide. They're walking around with Hassan, and they're making everybody think that they have a fucking chance, while they support an authoritarian in Donald Trump who tried to overthrow American democracy, that they have a chance to criticize us when they don't. We're not on equal footing. I support democracy, freedom, prosperity for every single American. You're right to say what you want to say, even if it goes against, even if it's at variance with the administration. But these people don't. And in no world do they represent the core of the Democratic Party, and don't get it fucking twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
Just to be clear, I disavow this motherfucker wholeheartedly. I support politicians. You know, not some random influencer. He's not at the core of the Democratic Party. He's not a fucking spokesman. And you cannot allow for Republicans to run this message as if it's fucking true, because it is not. And it's absolutely ridiculous. We cannot give these people ammo. And just to further the argument here as to why we need to separate ourselves from this fucking toxic political brand, here is a poll by Marquette Law School that was released not too long ago, going over who is less favorable, who is less popular amongst the average American. Is it going to be MAGA or the DSA? It's fucking DSA. It's DSA all the way. They're negative 30. They're negative 30. They're negative 30 fucking points. Only 22% have a favorable view of this organization, while 54 do not. Are we serious? Why are we surrounding ourselves with these fucking people? Why? It's pointless. It's futile. It hurts our odds. We got it in the bag, bro. We have it in the bag. Why make it hard on ourselves? So I'm not going to make it hard on myself. I disavow these people whole fucking heartedly. I do not support an organization, who wants to defang the judiciary, make it subordinate to Congress, wants no checks against domination of minority political classes. That's the DSA. That's their fucking charter. You can go check out their policy. I don't support this. I support America. I support democracy. I support freedom. I support liberal values. That's the simple truth. No way to fucking sugarcoat it. So I'm not going to surround myself with these people. I fucking disagree. That's the simple truth. Simple as that. I don't support authoritarians like MAGA does. And I don't support the destruction of democracy like some people on the left are advocating for. So just to be clear, John Ossoff is not represented by Hassan Piker. James Talarico is not represented by Hassan Piker. Abdul El-Sayed is not represented by Hassan Piker, no matter how bad they want to connect these motherfuckers. We want a better life for every American. MAGA doesn't, but they're going to roll in the fucking mud because that's the only thing they're goddamn good at. And make you believe that both parties are identical, but they're not. They're not. One has a proven track record voting for your prosperity, while the other one votes to sell you out. And it's that simple. It is that simple. So listen, everybody. That's it for this fucking rant. We're going to stop talking about this guy for a while unless he ends up doing some dumb shit again. Okay?
Uh-oh. One day ago.
We love America. Okay, that's a simple truth. We love America. And if you do too, if you agree with me, subscribe so you can continue seeing him on your feed. Follow me everywhere you can find me, and I'll catch you guys later. Stay safe.
But he posted another video 1 hour ago about him. Uh-oh.
If Destiny was my roommate, I get him late all the time. Was DMing me on Discord and saying, hey, you know what? If you don't have a place to live, buddy, like you can come stay with me. It's okay. What a good guy. Destiny is
Why is he watching that? Jesus Christ.
great thought. Like, this is a concept that I think is cool. Gaming. This is a concept that I think you can marry with gaming. Political commentary. I paved it on my own.
All right, everybody, we're going to keep this one short and sweet. Destiny Orbiter and Nepo baby Hassan Piker has called me out.
Jesus.
Not addressing my claims directly, but is calling me out for allegedly taking money from some vague external locus to peddle propaganda, to manufacture fake outrage. Again, not addressing the underlying criticism, which I believe to be incredibly reasonable, that if you are to be on the level of top political pundits looking to push candidates onto the Democratic Party that you believe are the best option, I respect that. I respect that. Everybody needs to engage in American politics. I say that after every single video. You need to be responsible with your actions. You should not be looking to provide the right, which is struggling, the fascist right, by the way, I'm sure we agree on that, which is struggling to have any ammunition against the left, the actual viable alternative to Donald Trump's destruction of America, the Republican Party's destruction of America. You should be careful what you say, with what you do, the way you conduct yourself on social media or in person. Because at the end of the day, we know in America there is an opposition party looking to take advantage of whatever you do that may be unpopular. And as somebody like you, somebody of your stature, I'd assume that you have that ingrained in your head to be careful, be calculated, be intelligent with the things you're saying online, with the things you're promoting. But at the end of the day, that's apparently not what we're doing. What we're trying to do on Twitter is stoop down to the level of a individual who has 8,000 followers, who's shown up on Jubilee a couple times. I have my show, of course. I'm not you. We have two different goals right now. Of course, I want to get to that level where I can leverage my platform to push candidates forward to make a difference in American politics. You're there, Hassan. You got it. But I guess you pick and choose whenever you want to recognize your responsibility as a large influencer. Keyword, influencer. They look at you as the spokesman for the Democratic Party. That's what they're doing. Weaponizing your image, your political ineptitude against the party that you allegedly want to win. But you don't. Because you didn't choose Kamala Harris in 2024. As a matter of fact, you tried to serve as a spoiler. Whether or not you made a difference in the result, that's not my argument. That's not what we're talking about. The relevant point here is that you are once again dodging accountability because in reality, you got no defense. That's the simple truth because you're an entertainer first. You're not politically minded. God knows, I wonder if you've even read the literature of the big architects of communism that you allegedly support. As a matter of fact, let's roll that clip being out.
I don't know why you keep linking retarded soy bill tweets. Nothing will ever be anti-Semitic to him. I don't know why you keep linking these over and over again. Yes, he's retarded. I don't know how many more times you need to see this. Jesus.
Directly. What have you read to build your political beliefs? Let's take a look.
Did you read a lot of books when you were growing up?
I read a decent amount. I don't really read as much anymore, but I did when I was growing up.
Any books stick out in your head as memorable ones?
I don't know. I have no like immediate books that come to mind. I'm also terrible at recall in general. If you ask me about any songs, for example, I can never tell you any of the lyrics. Or if you ask me about like what my favorite movie is, I have a very hard time pulling from my brain. Maybe it's because it's packed with ridiculous pieces of information about like American politics or American history or just world history in general.
Give us a ridiculous piece of information.
Okay, see, you're putting me on the spot. I'm gonna give you a ridiculous piece of information. Let me think. I'm also very jet lagged right now. I've been traveling quite a bit this past month.
That sounds like a lot of coke to me, you guys. This guy's unserious. And for some reason, we're recognizing him as having any leverage whatsoever, positioning him with big candidates, accepting his endorsements. This guy's a fucking clown. He's a clown with no response, trying to put me on the same level, trying to discredit me because I'm allegedly taking dollars from organizations to lie about him. But the truth is I'm not lying. And the proof is in the fucking pudding, Hassan, because he can't address any of the points I'm making, because he knows it looks bad, because he knows it gives Jack Posobiec, Turning Point USA, Fox News, all of the right-wing media apparatus, the ammunition that they're so desperate for, to criticize the party that is actually looking to make America a better place, because Hassan's a fucking clown. He's an attention seeker, incapable of taking criticism. So he rather discredit me, his fans rather discredit me, pay me out as a Zionist, as a Destiny Orbiter, as a man taking money from political organizations to peddle conspiracies, to take down anti-fascist movements. And I don't support Israel. I don't support their genocide in Gaza. I'm not a Destiny Orbiter. I'm not affiliated with any organization. I'm an independent person with my own beliefs, and I'm making a rational observation, and I'm criticizing you. Because I want the people representing my party to be competent and to even appear, ostensibly, like they care about actual success, instead of loading the gun that will be used against our candidacy. So, if you could address that, that'd be great, but I know you won't. And I called you out, and I don't know if you've seen it. I hope you have. Many of your fans have. It has like 112,000 views on Twitter right now. And I get your hesitancy. I understand you being reluctant to accept that invitation. Because the truth is, you're old, you're uninformed,
Jesus.
And in all honesty, you're not that smart. And if you gave me 15 to 20 minutes to criticize you, to call you out, the truth is, I'd make you my bitch. So, I get it. I get the fear, and more likely than not, you'll never accept the call out. But what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to accept the questions on character, because at the end of the day, these are my beliefs. I'm independent. I believe in this party. I believe in liberalism, which you don't. I believe in democracy, anti-majoritarian institutions, civil liberties, our negative rights, the rule of law, all of the things that the Trump administration and Republicans have attacked for the better part of a year, resulting in the death of American citizens. This is serious for me. Because I don't know about you, maybe you're so disconnected from the average American and your multi-million-dollar house and your life of luxury, but I can rationalize these things. I can recognize the harm being done across this country, and I don't think politics is a game. And I don't think it's a joke either. So I want what's best for this country, and I'm going to call out whoever I think doesn't. And that's never going to change. No matter how large I get, no matter how much I have to moderate my speech. I'm going to call the shots, call it how it is, and that's not changing. So this is the last video we're doing on this guy. If he accepts the call out, hopefully, and if not, the next time he fucks up, we'll be covering his stupidity once again and showing you guys why we shouldn't look up to cowards who are so desperate for attention that they're willing to damage the viable alternative to the fascist party in power. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to continue seeing me on your feed, you subscribe. Follow me everywhere where you can fucking find me, and we're only getting fucking started. So get ready.
Wow.
Dodos.
Donating should reset your mute cooldown. I got muted because my cat typed this. Workhealer 3333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333333.
Jack, I busted a fat nut at the Resolute desk while watching Kamala bounce on it crazy sly with my Peter Thiel-funded spy cameras. That nut would have made Hunter proud, no cap. Shit was bussin'.
Okay.
Mouton, if you're sick, get a bear, put it in the back of your trunk and lets it riot. While that's happening, you get raw milk and slurp it through your asshole. If that doesn't work, you can read the Fauci diary while stroking your raw meat.
Thank you, Arv.
Did you know that?
Shalom, Stephen. It's Big Yahoo calling in on WhatsApp. Check your email, Stevie. Win is Professor Dave Person, Neshbe Balauyos.
Nishbe Balauyos. What?
Yahoo, I hear you.
Hekneso Kalenit.
Nepasno.
Steve,
Hello?
this is Nebraska Steve. Remember me? Yep.
Good time to start breaking out obscure Turkish slurs in response to Hassan's slur usage.
Okay.
Professor Dave's ingenious plan for IP is U.S. regime change against allegedly the most bloodthirsty nuclear weapon having MFs on Earth. When will Dave take accountability for his retarded takes and their genocide on my brain cells?
Well,
I am a coward and pro-genocide. I love imperialism because I want to destroy the state of Israel and make it Palestine.
Imperialism?
We must rise up and book a one-way flight to join the resistance. But before you do that, make sure to donate all your money to me. I just got back from a very expensive vacation and money is tight right now.
That's my boy. You're my boy, substitute teacher Dave. We had a fun time.
Okay. We did the donuts. Are you happy?
No, none of them were very good.
Well, you're the one that screamed for him, so it's your fault.
What's next?
I don't know. What else has been going on?
Did you look at the Carney Canada tariff shit?
Yep, looks retarded.
We're in a trade war, you and I.
Yeah, that means anytime you do anything on the stream, you need to do 50% more. Whatever it is.
I'm 50% tariff in you, too.
Well, but I'm in America. This is my stream.
Yeah, but we gave you tariffs as well.
Well.
Just business.
If I go on anything else in the morning, then I'll give 50% more.
Yeah, then you'll give 50%.
There you go. That's good business.
That's good business.
I said new guy. That's what they say in the censored version.
Who cares if she said the N-word?
Uh-oh. N-word discourse in
Chat, I can do a
2026.
favor this one time and slow it down. It's all good. I'll slow it down and we'll see what's what.
Yeah, she said it.
Well,
who cares?
Okay, so, okay. Now we can do a few things. My process of elimination, okay? We know it's not new guy, so that's out of the pool. Now we need to start to theorize what is left in the pool of words that it could be. Because, guys, I'm just saying, we know it's not that, right? What else could it be?
Well?
This is worse than train sneezing. 07. She said Felix is innocent.
Do people care?
I hope not. That's woke one.
I think I will cook for him at some point, but I don't know what to cook that's edible for him. He's actually a baby when it comes to food. Like, he won't eat 90% of
Talking about you?
that I would make. Most food in the world will make him gag. Every time I ask him, oh, can you clean this a little bit? He beat me. See, my eyes are still red from crying last night because he makes me cry every night. I have like itchy, like it's like spots. It's not a whole rash, but like spots everywhere. On my arm, on my leg. It's not that bad though. It's not high. I don't think it is. Cause it's like a mosquito bite. It's like singular. There's no way it's bed bugs. There is absolutely no way. They're not even that itchy. They're not even that itchy. It's just like a really small dot.
Okay.
Problematic one.
Oh my god.
What?
I don't want to say it.
Say it, man.
After 100 hours, I gained 2.
Yeah.
To what?
Well done, bro. This is what hard work and fucking dedication can get you guys.
That is an ELO every 50 hours.
Oh. Wow.
I'm averaging less than 1 a day.
Mexican Andy? This guy still streams? Oh my god. Wait, is this the same one or is this a different one? What?
There's only one Mexican Andy, man.
What? It looks like he aged like 20, 30 years.
Put the video in the
Oh my god, I fucking did it. No way. That was hard as hell.
I just reached out to him to make a stream again and quit his
did it,
job.
man.
Okay.
Hey! Someone said I was gonna give up, man.
How long does it take to climb Mount Fuji? Was this like days or just like the better part of it?
We made all the way to the. We made it to at least the top of the mountain.
5 to 10 hours.
Oh, that's still okay.
Oh my god.
You did it.
Could you climb it?
Yeah, your mom. Got him.
How the fuck did I make it to the top, bro? That's just crazy.
You walked there, you fucking moron.
Really?
This is crazy. Thank you for the congrats, bro. Appreciate it, man. I never thought I'd be all the way to the top, bro. I'm surprised myself. I didn't give up. What the fuck, man? That's just fucking insane. I don't know how I don't even know how I did it, man. I don't know how I fucking did it, but I still did it. At least I didn't give up, bro. I ain't gonna lie. At least I didn't give up. This climb was the most craziest thing ever in my life, bro.
Dick Fart just tipped $10. What you just did is inspiring as fuck. You are an absolute monster in my eyes. Everyone is so fucking proud of you. W fucking Mexican Andy.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. When I was at the second checkpoint, I thought I was gonna give up, man. I don't know. I was like, fuck, I should have given up. I can't give up. Well, why am I crying? Okay, because this is an accomplishment. This is an accomplishment. Like, this is crazy. Never thought I would do this shit, especially with my, bro, I'm out of shape. Never thought I would do this shit. Like I said, I thought I would give up. Whoever said I will make it, there you go, man. For people that said I won't make it, there's someone out there said no. But I hope someone in the chat is inspired out there, man. Never give up, dude.
Wow.
Never give up, man.
Are you inspired?
No.
What the fuck? Really? Seriously?
How about we go beat his time?
Okay. I'm flying there now.
All right, I'm on the plane.
Let's fucking go. Only if Dan comes, though.
He's not allowed to come in Japan after the incident.
Really?
Did you go to the raid with Darius?
Fuck. Was that last night? Oh my god, I must have missed it.
Damn. Did he not message you about it?
He must not
He
have.
didn't remind you.
I wanted to go so badly, too. Fuck. That would have been awesome, dude. I love raves. When was the last rave you've been to?
I went to the DC one.
That's freaking awesome, dude. Wow.
Darius was like, this rave, it's going to go on for 3 hours, guys. We have so much time. We get there. 45 minutes, and then it's over.
Damn. Was it like an intense 45 minutes at least?
It was whatever.
Wow.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm no longer shaking hands at events. You're getting a fist bump. That's it.
Oh. To not get sick anymore?
I don't want to be sick anymore.
Okay.
Just know that.
When was the last time you were sick?
It was months ago. It was fucking... I was on a streak here, dude. Go to Miami one time, come back, and I'm sick.
What if it was like intentional? Like you were infected intentionally?
I was. I feel like Darius and Twigs, they were sick apparently, and they didn't tell anybody.
So you wouldn't have consented to that interaction?
No. God, no.
That was basically then like hangout rape, I would say, basically.
He raped me.
Yeah.
Basically. Bio rape, yeah. Oh, I gotta remind you about this, DM.
I would never let someone say that around me.
Why? Okay. N-word discourse, guys. Come on. There's got to be something better.
Who cares? Is she really soying out over it?
I don't know. And I don't care.
No, go back.
What?
That's good. We gotta watch that. I gotta get rage baited.
This?
What?
Yeah.
I would never let someone say that around me. She didn't say that word. She didn't say it. Silky even knows now she didn't say the word. I would never allow that. That would never happen. I feel like you should trust me enough to know that would never happen, and I would never let that slide. And I was trolling even when I looked at her, but people made it so weird. But I expect that from like the other communities. I don't expect that from my Twitter community.
Bro.
You know what I mean? I don't expect that from my Twitter community at all. So I'm a little disappointed in some of my Twitter community.
Wow, guys.
It is what it is. But you know, like if you
What
don't
the
believe
fuck,
it, you
guys?
don't believe it. If you do, you do. I can't really care beyond that. I'm gonna be honest. Thank you. I
What's
just
her
don't
name
like
again?
it, 'cause
Bonnie?
I keep seeing it on Twitter.
Isn't this Cinna?
No, this is Cinna's on the left. Bonnie's the girl who apparently said it.
Oh.
And Silky's literally like messaged me and he's like, "Say on God, I got baited and it's edited." I said, "Yes, you literally got baited. It's edited." And he was like, "Oh," and then he was like, "That's literally all you can't say." It's like, "Oh yeah," because like what?
What?
On God, Bonnie is darker than Cinna. I think Bonnie can say it.
Really now, Mootin? That's the path you want to go.
That's what I want to say.
That's the path that you want to be on?
I mean, we're really talking about the N-word when there's a fucking genocide going on? Really?
What do you think leads to genocides, Mootin? The N-word. Why do you think it's such a big
Jews.
deal? Yeah, who don't say
sorry.
the N-word.
Zionists. Sorry, Zionists.
Jesus. Oh, see? Someone says she's Palestinian, so it's okay.
Oh, and there we go. Why is anybody mad? How can you be mad at a Palestinian right now?
Exactly. There's a genocide going on.
Yeah, she's getting genocided.
What would you expect a genocided person to say or do?
Lash out.
Exactly.
She probably said that for attention.
Well.
In order to get the attention on the genocide.
There you go. That was good.
Oh my God, if she comes out and says, "How are we talking about this when there's a genocide?" That will get me.
A streamer that has been lost in the area in a submarine has been found after 200 days. Dead, or is this a joke? A meme? Oh, the German guy. Oh, somebody said Bonnie is Lebanese, not Palestinian. Uh-oh.
How do they know? They check her 23andMe?
Hello.
I don't know.
So, Moderna.
Wait, what was this?
I'm gonna
shake your hand. I'm gonna shake your hand. Shake your hand. I'm gonna shake your hand. I want to shake his hand. I want to shake his hand. I want to shake his hand. Before me off the fucking plane. I want to shake his hand. That's all I want to do. All I want to do. You
not shaking hands.
Son of a bitch.
Every fan
Pull up the
at
Burger
the next
King video.
Mr. Mootin event. I don't know what that video is.
And the
Never done
stock
it.
just did
You don't know what
this.
the Burger King
Investors are
video
thinking
is.
it is likely they
Nope.
have created something of some value. I think that they have. I've also seen a ton of just terrible, embarrassingly bad takes about this on the internet,
is
including
like
there's
a
a vaccine for skin
hurricane.
cancer, which is my favorite thing, where you say a truth sentence that puts a huge lie into people's heads. But like, interestingly to me, like, I don't care that Moderna's stock price went up. I don't own Moderna stock. I did once, but now I don't do that anymore. I buy index funds because my job is to make YouTube videos, not make my money into more money, which I don't think I would be any good at anyway, but that's not what the video is about. I just finished the second draft of my book about the biology of cancer, so this is now like a rough area of expertise for me. Certainly not like deep understanding, but like where we are at with our understanding of cancer and helping people understand that.
What are you using the recyclers in space for? Well, apparently they hardcore nerfed a lot of the crushing things, so I'm just trying to recycle this stuff up to fucking legendary quality, and
Crush balls you must, Steven.
yeah, this is going to be a lot less efficient. So I got to drive this thing back and forth to the Volcanus planet so that it upcycles for me.
Ideally, that's what I've been working on. And so as I read through both, like what's actually known and what's been said by Moderna and Merck, and what people are saying, I've gotten frustrated. So I'd like to talk about what we know so far about this trial.
Oh, true.
And also whether Moderna's stock price is much higher right now just because they have a therapy, or did it jump a lot because they have a new way of treating cancer that might work in a lot of different situations? Because often that second thing is not how it works. But in this case, it might be. And I think there's some good evidence for that. But first, let's look at the actual press release from Merck and see what it says. Merck and Moderna announced phase 3. So this is a phase 3 trial. That's the big one that costs a lot of money. There were over 1,000 people in this trial. Interpath 001, that's just the name of the trial. And then Intismeran is the name of the medicine. Plus Keytruda, which is another medicine that was given alongside it. We'll talk about why both of those were given. It met endpoints of recurrence-free survival, so that was the primary endpoint. This is a little confusing because it sounds like the point at which the trial ends, but it is not that. It is a pre-decided upon outcome that everyone has agreed is the outcome that judges whether the treatment actually works. And it doesn't even actually end the trial, like this trial is continuing to go so that they can get more data. But they had predetermined moments where they would look at the data, and if the group that was getting the treatment was doing like better enough by a predetermined amount than the group that wasn't getting the treatment, that's the primary endpoint based on recurrence-free survival. So it met the primary endpoint, which is recurrence-free survival, so that's people who are still alive and also have not had a recurrence of the cancer. So there's still no visible sign of the cancer in their body. All of these people started with, it says, so in patients with completely resected stage 2B, 2-4 melanoma. So completely resected means that these people had melanoma, and this is important. So if they had 2B melanoma, that would just be in their skin. They would have it removed. There would be no sign of the disease in their body anymore. But with 2B melanoma, there's a pretty good chance that it's going to come back. Adjuvant therapy is when you give a cancer patient a medicine, even though you don't see any cancer in their body, but you know that there very well might be like microscopic disease somewhere, little cells left over that will pop up later on. And in some portion of people, it would never come back. They would have gotten all of it with the surgery, or some other system of the body would clean up the cancer. But we know that people in this group have some risk of the cancer coming back. If they had stage 4, a very high chance of it coming back. But importantly, there's like more than one stage 4 now. Like researchers and doctors are treating it this way. It's different for different cancers, but in this case, not every stage 4 patient was able to be in this trial because they had to have completely resected stage 4 melanoma. And if they had mets in their brain and their lungs and throughout their whole lymphatic system, that person would not have been eligible to be in the trial because there would be no way to remove all of the visible sign of disease from their body. But if they had like one met in their lungs, they basically took out all of it from their skin and all of it from where they could get at it in the body. So only patients that were able to have their melanoma completely surgically removed were able to be in the trial. So some stage 4 patients would not be eligible, but the ones that were got in the trial. So now you can read the title of this press release and know what it means. Merck and Moderna announced phase 3 Interpath 001 trial of Intismeran autogene plus Keytruda met the endpoints of recurrence-free survival and distant metastasis-free survival in patients with completely resected stage 2B, 2-4 melanoma. And then let's look at the first paragraph here. So we have this trial. It's evaluating this adjuvant treatment, so treatment given to people with no visible disease, but who are at high risk of recurrence. And it's Intismeran autogene. So there's 3 different names of this: Intismeran V940 or mRNA 4157. And this is a novel investigational mRNA-based individualized neoantigen therapy. I think I'm going to save explaining what the therapy actually is for until we get through this paragraph, but keep that in your head. We're going to explain what a neoantigen therapy is. Jointly developed by Merck and Moderna in combination with Keytruda. So now let's actually talk about what Keytruda is. So Keytruda is a checkpoint inhibitor. So in the body, your immune system cells are there to go and attack things that should not be there. And sometimes those things are from outside of the body, but sometimes they're from inside of the body. So your immune system is really good at cleaning up cells that might be cancerous. If a cell looks very strange, and I think we're going to talk about why a cell looks very strange when we talk about neoantigen therapy, so let's not do that yet. If a cell looks weird to the immune system, then the immune system will be like, you don't look like you're a normal cell. You look like you're behaving strangely. You got all kinds of signs to me.
Yeah, what are the comments on this? Well, there's not like... People were saying there were a bunch of bad AI comments on this. It doesn't seem like there's anything about it. Unless he's deleting them.
Me that I should get you, it'll get it, and it'll like label it for destruction, or the cell will just straight up destroy it. But a cancer cell that looks super weird, some cancer cells get around this by not looking very weird, but some get around it by looking super weird, but displaying like a lot of a particular label on the outside of their cells that says I'm normal. Or not really I'm normal, but like stand down. Checkpoint inhibitors break that system. So they just like gum up that system so that T cells can no longer basically...
Oh, holy shit. Moderna stock. Somebody feels like this. Oh, why are they so low from their IPO? Oh, max. Oh, this is probably around COVID. Holy shit. Just a casual stock price doubling. Somebody likes this announcement. Big cancer. Not looking so hot right now.
Detect that signal, and then they will go after any cell that they want, including, however, the cells that were healthy cells that were displaying that tag to say, yet. If a cell looks weird to the immune system, then the immune system will be like, you don't look like you're a normal cell. You look like you're behaving strangely. You got all kinds of signs to me that I should get you. It'll get it, and it'll like label it for destruction, or the cell will just straight up destroy it. But a cancer cell that looks super weird, some cancer cells get around this by not looking very weird, but some get around it by looking super weird, but displaying like a lot of a particular label on the outside of their cells that says I'm normal. Or not really I'm normal, but like stand down. Checkpoint inhibitors break that system. So they just like gum up that system so that T cells can no longer basically detect that signal, and then they will go after any cell that they want, including, however, the cells that were healthy cells that were displaying that tag to say T cells don't kill me, which is why Keytruda and other checkpoint inhibitors can increase the risk of a bunch of stuff, but primarily like autoimmune diseases, so you can get really bad colitis where the immune system is attacking the colon, and some people that's so severe that they have to go off the medicine. So in cancer therapy, you might think like, oh, the bad thing about a side effect or an off-target effect is that you're having this side effect. But really, the worst thing is that you can then no longer take the medicine. Your opportunities for therapies have gotten narrower, and the cancer is going to be less controlled. But pembrolizumab, which is Keytruda, has turned out to be, and other checkpoint inhibitors, have turned out to be very effective against melanoma because melanoma cells are super weird. They look very strange, but they're able to hide from the immune system with this sort of like one weird trick. And so they're really reliant on that one weird trick. You take that trick away, and then they're very vulnerable. Like you can kind of imagine, like if you take a really advantageous trait away from anything, it suddenly wouldn't have a niche anymore. Like if you made giraffes not have long necks anymore, they'd be stuck. They'd be like, oh, now I'm just a freaking horse. I'm not as good as all the other horses. I actually don't know. Maybe giraffes would be fine. No, they wouldn't. That's why they have long necks. So in that same way, you take that trait away from melanoma cells, and suddenly like all of their weirdness is available to be spotted by the immune system, which is why many patients are actually cured by complete resection plus Keytruda, but not all. We're trying to make it better. We're trying to take where we were at and make it better. So Keytruda, Merck's anti-PD-1 therapy, so PD-1 and PD-L1, that's the checkpoint system that it interferes with. In patients with completely resected stage 2B to 4 melanoma, the trial met its primary endpoint, and it made its secondary endpoint. This represents the first positive phase 3 readout for an individualized neoantigen therapy and for an mRNA-based cancer therapy. And also it is the first phase 3 study to demonstrate clinically meaningful improvement over Keytruda alone, a standard of care immunotherapy in the adjuvant setting for patients with resected melanoma. So now, let's actually talk about how this cancer vaccine, this neoantigen therapy works. What do those words mean? But to talk about that, we have to talk about MHC1, major histocompatibility complex 1, which is the coolest thing that your body does. So it's insane. So how can your immune system tell the difference between a healthy cell and a cancer cell? You have this weird cell that's got a bunch of weird mutated DNA that's producing weird, unusual proteins, or too many of a certain kind of protein, not enough of a certain kind of protein. And then you have healthy cells that are all like, no, they don't look alike. Like a nerve cell looks different from a lung cell, looks different from a skin cell. But there is like a limited number of kinds of cells in the body. It's many, hundreds or thousands depending on how you count. But there is a specific number of them, and they all do specific tasks, and thus they have specific proteins in them helping them do those tasks. How do you tell the difference between one of those cells that's doing the thing it's supposed to and a cell with a bunch of mutated DNA, messed up epigenetics that's producing too much of a protein or producing weird broken proteins that are being coded for by mutated DNA? How do you tell the difference if you're your body? The way that it does this is insane, and I love it, which is that at any given moment, a healthy cell in your body is going to be chopping up proteins inside of itself and then displaying those proteins on its outside. Not the proteins, like pieces of it, little pieces of protein. And if you're a healthy cell, you've got the right kinds of proteins. You don't have like weird proteins that should not exist in the body. Now, different kinds of cancers. I should have started the conversation this way. There's no such thing as cancer. There are only cancers. Cancer is a way that disease happens. It is not a disease. It would be like calling viruses a disease. Viruses are not a disease. They are a way that diseases happen. Cancer is not a disease. It is a way that diseases happen. I know that we say that cancer is a disease. We're wrong. Infection is not a disease, right? Infection is a kind of disease. Like heart disease is not a disease. It is a category of diseases. Cancer is not a disease. It is a category of diseases. Please. We can do this. So there's a bunch of different kinds of cancers. They all work super differently. Melanoma is a specific kind of cancer, and it has a ton of mutations. Like as many mutations as you might expect for a cancer. Melanoma has more. Cancers are all happening in different ways. They're just cells that have escaped the normal controls of the body, and they're replicating themselves a bunch. And if a cell is able to make more of itself, then there will be more of that cell, and that's how cancer works. And cancer cells have to evolve different traits depending on the lifestyle that they're going to live in the body. And if they have a ton of mutations, then they're going to have a ton of evidence of those mutations on their surface, unless they break MHC1, that major the flagging system that I just talked about. Melanomas don't break that system. Instead, they use this other system, the PD-1 system, the checkpoint system, which is why Keytruda is effective as an adjuvant for resected melanoma. But we can perhaps do better. And the way that we can do better is by training the immune system to look specifically for this, like the specific kind of weirdo that not like all melanoma patients have, but that a particular melanoma patient has. They have one specific kind of weirdo descended from one cell that went rogue. And the question for a long time now has been, can we train the immune system to go after the specific weirdo that this specific patient has? And the answer now is definitely yes in this circumstance, though we're not sure what the exact numbers here are. I've seen so many people saying like, Moderna cured melanoma. That's not what happened. This is exciting. This is very good news. And it's for reasons that we're going to get into, maybe more exciting than even those people think. But it's not Moderna cured melanoma. It's not Moderna cured skin cancer. It's not Moderna cured cancer. So you have this weird cell, cancerous cell. It's replicating itself a ton. It's going to kill the patient if we don't do anything about it. And because it's able to completely hide from T cells, it doesn't care whether it's displaying a ton of weirdo signals on its surface. And because melanoma tends to have such a high mutational burden, it's going to have a lot of these flags on the outside of it that's going to be identifiable by the immune system as a troublemaker, as something strange that should not be in the body. So just Keytruda alone can really help with the situation, but not entirely. We still have patients who get their melanoma completely cut out, and then they get Keytruda, and then their cancer still comes back. So what you want to do is really activate the immune system to go after these specific cells when there's just microscopic disease. The immune system, the T cells are going to go after, they're going to find them, and so that is what this therapy does. They cut the melanoma out of the patient, they sequence its genome, and then they stick that into a bunch of very smart algorithms. This is why people say, like, this was done by AI. This was done with the help of some machine learning system. This was not a cancer therapy. This is another thing I saw, that it's like a cancer therapy that was like thought of by AI. Not at all what happened. It is a cancer therapy that leverages machine learning in a very effective and amazing way. The machine learning stuff is basically saying, okay, here are the mutations that we found. Here are the proteins that's going to code for inside of this cancer cell. And then let's like guess at how MHC is going to cut up those proteins and stick them on the outside of the cell. We're going to guess at what those identifiable flags are going to look like and what the best ones, most identifiable ones are going to be for the immune system. And then we're going to code for that with some mRNA. We're going to put that mRNA inside of a vaccine vehicle. We're going to put that into the patient. It's going to get absorbed by a cell. All that mRNA is going to get coded into actual proteins, and those proteins are going to be displayed to the immune system as things that it should be on the lookout for. That's the therapy, and that's how it works. And it does work. This all has to be done super fast, which is why mRNA is such a useful technology here, because we can go from like code in a computer into actual molecules with mRNA really fast. And then the body further does the work of like getting that information to the immune system, and then the immune system further does the work of looking for things that have those neoantigens. We hadn't gotten to the term yet. So the antigen is the thing that activates the immune system. So like if you're allergic to peanuts, there's like a specific antigen in the peanuts that's going to activate your immune system. So basically they're creating these neoantigens that are going to be like specific to the cancer, and they're creating a bunch of them. So I think like up to 36 of them per patient were identified and coded for and put into the vaccine that was put into the patient to train the immune system to be on the lookout for these cells. Now, does this cure every patient? I'm sure no. What percentage of patients does it cure? We don't know. We have the stage 2 results, so this was the stage 3. We know some stage 2 stuff. They said that the side effect profile was the same as stage 2, which is good news. They didn't find any new side effects. And there's going to be a bunch. Like Keytruda on its own, sometimes people aren't able to take it. And checkpoint inhibitors, we're probably going to make better ones, but almost by definition, they're going to have off-target effects. They're going to result in the immune system attacking some stuff that it shouldn't attack. The whole idea of this PD-1 system is it is being used by some healthy cells to tell the immune system stand down. There will still be some patients who, their melanoma can't be completely resected, and maybe Keytruda plus this new therapy can help those people, maybe even cure some of them, but like that's a patient that has a really diverse population of cancer cells. That's going to be tricky for the immune system to figure out. This is important to remember. Not only are different patients, do they have very different cancers from each other, even if it's the same like kind of cancer like melanoma. An individual can have populations of cancer cells that are different from each other. They're going to be descended from the same cell. They might share a lot of like reliance on certain traits. They might share a bunch of mutations that are going to be displayed on the surface of the cell. But if you have a really big population of cancer cells, there's going to be a lot of diversity, and that's going to allow for those cells to have a higher chance of being able to escape any therapy, which is in general why it's so much better to catch cancer early. That's one of the reasons, because the longer cancer exists in a body, the more diverse the population gets, the harder that population is to sort of like find its one like controllable knob. You're just getting my whole book here. Trust me, there's more, and it's better, and it's not going to come out for like a year, so you'll have forgotten all this. We know the overall survival of like Keytruda patients with resected melanoma because we've been treating people like that for a long time now. But you want to keep these trial participants going so that you can get their overall survival numbers, which you can't get until like that time passes. Like you don't know what the 5-year overall survival is until 5 years. Oh, and it actually says the phase 2b results for this. So we can look at the smaller trial that they did for phase 2, 49% reduction in the risk of recurrence or death, which is huge. That's amazing. That's amazing. And a 59% reduction in the risk of distant metastasis or death, that's great. That's in comparison to people getting Keytruda, which already was a substantial leap forward in treating melanoma. The big question here is not, does this work? It obviously does. The big question is, to what extent will therapies like this work in other kinds of cancer? So melanoma is like poster boy for this specific kind of therapy because it has such a high mutational burden. It's going to have a bunch of these weird MHC flags on its surface because it's going to be making a bunch of weird proteins. So that gives us a ton of potential neoantigens to put into the mRNA vaccine. The question is, would this work for a cancer that has a lower mutational burden, which is pretty much every cancer outside of melanoma? Now, there are others that like immediately, so in general, the ones that are well treated by checkpoint inhibitors would be the kinds that we'd say immediately we should be testing to try and see if we can do similar things for those kinds of cancer, like for example, lung cancer in smokers. So lung cancer in non-smokers has a lower mutational burden, but lung cancer in smokers, because they've been exposed to so many carcinogens, tend to have a high mutational burden, tend to respond well to Keytruda, and so could potentially be a great opportunity for this. But other cancers have much lower mutational burdens, like pancreatic cancer, for example. But the reason I am excited about this, the thing that I haven't really seen people talking about in the frame of this news, is that we have a trial. It was very small. It was 16 patients, but it was a very similar thing. It was a stage 1 trial, so it wasn't randomized. It was 16 patients got the therapy. They didn't put anybody else in the therapy for pancreatic cancer patients. And they did a very similar thing. This was BioNTech, not Moderna, and they created individualized cancer vaccines based on the mutations that the cancer had after removing it, so after a surgery. And of the 16, weirdly, 8 of those people did not mount an immune response at all to the vaccine. So their body just kind of didn't notice it existed, and those people had normal outcomes, by which I mean bad. But the other half, the 8 people who did mount an immune response, they had much better outcomes. I don't have that study in front of me, so I can't tell you exactly what it looked like. I remember this. I'm editing this video, and I just wanted to give a little more context around the pancreatic cancer thing that I was mouthing off about. So a couple of things. First, confirmed, the people who mounted an immune response had much better outcomes than the people who didn't.
Destiny, I had stage 3 melanoma skin cancer when I was 17, super rare that young, and had an 85% chance for it to come back within 2 years. I have been cancer-free for 15 years now. Well, good job, buddy.
16 people in the study, 8 responders, 8 non-responders, which just by chance they split down the middle. But more importantly than that, one, there were no stage 4 patients in this trial because they all had to be people who could have all of their cancer removed, which with pancreatic cancer, in a stage 4 situation, you can't cut it all out. It's too much of a mess in the gut. In fact, having it be surgically removable at all is a rare situation with pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer, one of the reasons it's so dangerous, there's others, is that it's often diagnosed late because it's deep in the gut. You don't get a lot of symptoms. Your symptoms, I shouldn't say this because it's terrifying, but your symptoms are basically tummy problems. And we all have tummy problems. And I looked this up. 20% of pancreatic cancers are able to be completely removed at diagnosis. And I mean, it might not only be useful in the adjuvant setting. We don't know. But in this case, the only thing we tested for was whether it was useful as an adjuvant after complete resection with no evidence of disease after surgery. So they had stage 1, 2, and 3 patients in here. So when I first heard about this study, I was imagining like pancreatic cancer patients as a whole. And I should have been imagining the subset of pancreatic cancer patients who have completely resectable pancreatic cancer at diagnosis, which is a much smaller subset and a subset for whom we already had much better prognosis than the average pancreatic cancer patient. Okay, thank you for coming to my mini TED Talk inside of my larger ramble. Okay, bye. So we have this proof that this can definitely have a really great outcome in melanoma patients, which is a little bit not surprising. Now, if it really wasn't surprising, I would have bought a bunch of Moderna stock 6 months ago, and I didn't do that. But though it can't be that unsurprising. But the fact that it might work in pancreatic cancer is wild. Now, there are a ton of caveats with that pancreatic cancer trial. If it would work in pancreatic cancer, which has a much lower mutational burden than melanoma on average, and also ever. I mean, melanoma has so many mutations, it's crazy. Then you could expect that this therapy wouldn't do what a lot of cancer treatments do, which is like, oh, we found this new potential therapy. We're going to try it on the kind of cancer that we know it'll work best on. It works really well with that. And then we're like, oh, let's try it with everything else. And then it doesn't work very well, or it only works a little bit. And it's sort of like another little tool in the toolbox to do a little bit of control, but it isn't curative the way that it was with like the one thing that it would clearly be best at. So with this therapy, the one thing it would clearly be best at is melanoma, specifically in combination with Keytruda. But if you have a kind of cancer that's hiding from the immune system in different ways, and there are a bunch of ways that cancer does this, like glioblastoma, for example, hides from the immune system a bunch of different ways. So I wouldn't expect it to work well here, though. There are also trials with glio. So maybe somewhat unsurprisingly, it's working really well in the kind of cancer you would expect it to work pretty well in. But then, in addition to that, you have it maybe working in a pancreatic cancer, which isn't like the poster child for a kind of cancer that this therapy would be good at. That's super exciting. That's the actually, to me, most exciting thing about this. So we have like stage 3 proof, which is like the burden of proof is really high for stage 3. So we have the stage 3 proof, we have the stage 2 numbers that are very good. And then we have the stage 1 evidence that's not super strong, that it might work in a cancer that isn't really the ideal candidate for this kind of therapy. That's exciting. But I can't help but throw one last wrench. So there was this paper that was published in 2025, and it looked at non-small cell lung cancer patients who got on checkpoint inhibitors. So they took Keytruda, and this was what's called an observational study. So it's not like a randomized group where you give like one group of people a new medicine and one group of people not a new medicine. You just like look at whether or not some people do a specific thing and see what the outcomes are. And the specific thing in question was before they got Keytruda, some people got the COVID vaccine and some people didn't. The 3-year overall survival for the people who had gotten the COVID vaccine recently before getting Keytruda, those people had like a 55% overall survival at 3 years versus 30% for the people who were not in that group. So the question is, could it be that the mRNA package itself has a boosting effect to checkpoint inhibitors? So that's the kind of thing you want to check for. And the fast way to do that is check in mice. And so they did do that. They checked in mice. And they found that in the mice, getting mRNA and with the COVID vaccine inside of it, or just some completely random mRNA package, in both of those circumstances, it seemed to help. And they were able to uncover some mechanistic reasons why. So what do you do in that situation? You do a randomized human test, which is now happening right now. It's a phase 2 test. It's got 500 people in it. They have, they're people with non-small cell lung cancer. So half the group is getting the standard of care, which is Keytruda and chemotherapy. Half of them go to the pharmacy before they get their Keytruda. That trial is starting next month. And that will help us know if just like getting an mRNA vaccine of any kind has a boosting effect for checkpoint inhibitors. And this is kind of a big deal because if just getting any mRNA vaccine boosts the effect of Keytruda, you know, it's much easier to just give somebody the COVID vaccine or just give somebody an mRNA package than it is to do this whole personalized cancer thing. But almost certainly, even if the package itself has an effect, so does what is inside of the package and what's getting displayed to the immune system. It could also be that there's like a really cheap way to boost Keytruda that doesn't require 8 weeks of manufacturing a personalized vaccine, which would also be good. I almost didn't include this in the video. It's an example of the kinds of things that you want to be on the lookout for. We want to do this particular thing and it's working for, you know, not just the reason that we thought. It's working for an additional reason, which is just getting an mRNA vaccine at all might increase the effectiveness of Keytruda, which would not be something anybody expected. But we do have some really early observational results and some not in human, in mouse results. And thankfully, there's an actual randomized phase 2 trial starting up really quick to test this. So good work to the people who are doing that. We had this idea of precision medicine where we were saying, okay, we got to make, like, what's happening is that these cancers are all very diverse from each other. They're all very different. And we did have some success with like a kind of like a couple steps into precision with, you know, when you hear about triple positive breast cancer, there are different receptors on the outside of the breast cancer. It has all 3 of the ones that you might want to target, where triple negative has none of the 3 that you might want to target. And that's a worse situation. But if you aren't seeing one of those things that you can target, you're not going to give them that medicine. So that's like one step down the precision pathway where you're looking at the specific cancer cells. And
okay, sorry, this is just a cool vaccine thing, I guess.
there are different groups within the population of humans who get these cancers. But this is different. This is like real precision, where we're saying we are going to train the immune system to go after these specific antigens that we know are likely being displayed on the outside of these cells. We don't know it for sure. That's what the machine learning algorithms are all about, trying to identify which things are going to end up
not AI
on the outside of the cell. And that's also the thing that I think could definitely get better about this kind of therapy. Like if we are able to prove that you can get T cells access to these cells, and then that we can train the T cells to look specifically for the cancer cells to take them out, then the thing that you want to get better at is identifying like what is the thing that's making these cancer cells look different from healthy cells. So how do we get better and better and better at identifying which neoantigens are going to be the things that are likely to be real, true flags that the immune system should learn, and if it learns, will help the patient clean up any distant disease. So it's really good. It's great news. I've seen it interpreted in some of the most infuriating ways I could imagine, but it's great news. It's very cool. And in some ways, I think it's cooler than people are saying. In other ways, you know, it's not. Like, again, when you say things like a 59% reduction in the risk of distant metastasis or death, you're not saying 100% reduction in the risk of distant metastasis or death. Different patients with different stages are going to have those numbers be different. But those data will all be coming out relatively soon. And it's going to be very expensive because at the moment, this is a very hard thing to do. Now, if it becomes something that works in a lot of different cancers,
once again,
like I could see this being useful, not for every cancer, but for a lot of different cancers. And it could potentially be less burdensome in terms of side effects because a lot of people are given just like straight given a bunch of chemo as their adjuvant, and that can have a bunch of side effects. And you could also imagine us getting more and more precise with it so that the side effects get lower and lower and lower. So it's extremely exciting. I'm very excited about it. And I've been told that people would like my thoughts on today's Connections, so I'm going to play Connections now. That was a longer video than I expected. Oh, what? No. Oh, it's just a...
Okay. Oh no. Is he snarking Kaya again?
Vibration collar, but it also proved that she goes on long walks throughout the goddamn day.
Why was he even watching this?
Hey.
Jesus.
Oh, he's watching the video that Dan did.
Chat, I thought the whole point of having a dog is that you care about your dog and you like your dog. You like having a dog, whatever, right? Like, chat, I think if you have a dog walker, you don't even like your dog. The whole point of having a dog is that's the life you have with your dog is you don't walk it because you have to. You walk it because you want to. Yeah, like why does it have to go on these like barely limits? Like, oh, it says it has to walk this much time, so I'll get somebody to do it or whatever. Like, I just don't get it.
On long walks throughout the goddamn day.
It's just not.
I mean, not necessarily. It depends on the dog and the activity. If you never do anything with it, that'd be kind of weird. But like having somebody to walk away, you're working or something, is not the worst. He's just snarking us on for no reason. Really?
Okay. Wait. My God.
Oh my God.
It's so sick.
Oh my God. Whoa.
Wow. Ice, rocks.
Wow.
Dude. Don't go over the ridge.
Yeah, we'll lose connection. Look at how blue that water is. Blue ass water.
Holy shit. The RFK stash.
It's just insane.
I can't believe we landed the helicopter right there. Is that not crazy? Look at where the helicopter is. That's crazy.
Great aviation work.
That's like as badass as it gets. Like he's about to just go home and load up COD, bro.
Bro, he's actually.
Oh, there you go. He's got to throw that jab. Clean jab by Austin there.
Oh!
Tommy felt that one. Tommy's trying to knock him out with that hook, bro.
Yeah.
He's got to throw the jab, bro, and just keep distance.
Yeah, he keeps sitting on that hook.
Hook. He's a hooker.
He's
He's a hooker.
Yeah, he keeps sitting on that hook.
See, there it is again. This could be a good fight.
He keeps
I
sitting
missed
on
it.
that
I
hook.
look at chat.
See, there it is again. This could be a good fight.
Wait, what happened?
See, there it is again. This could be a good fight.
Oh, I see. Is he dead?
Since when did you care so much about animals? I don't really, but if I see someone who needs help when she will die, I have to take her.
What? I feel like Forsen looks like he hasn't aged at all. In 15 years.
You know, I have to take her or him. I'm very progressive that way.
Andrew Wilson's PR team.
Good job on AOC, guys. You finally broke up with that cracker.
Sir, Andrew Wilson just debated Candace Owens.
Oh, God.
Wait, did he win? No, he paid her $300,000 to get cucked on live.
I mean, it makes sense. His wife has 3 baby daddies.
All right,
Jesus.
dude. He got dog walked. What's up? I'm Tim, and I run the PR team for Andrew Wilson.
He's white nationalist Bill Maher.
She's 7 months pregnant, too.
And no man has ever won an argument against a pregnant woman.
Let alone a pregnant black woman. What's your positive evidence on that?
Andrew Wilson fucking sucks. I mean, that guy's just a nothing. I mean, there are probably gay guys in West Hollywood pulling cocks out of their mouths to call this guy a f***it. Can I say that?
At the end of the day, he has to go home to Rachel Wilson. That sucks.
Oh, she does.
Can I ask you a question? Did somebody text you that? Check my phone. No, I'm not going to do that.
I will.
Hell no.
Andrew Wilson actually teaches a debate class. I had the rest of the staff take it, and honestly, I think it's going pretty well.
This memo was terrible.
Oh, yeah? And you lick sniz.
What?
Listen, don't talk shit about my memo.
Okay. We're working on it.
You guys, the whole debate was about who Charlie Kirk.
And honestly, who gives a fuck? A lot of people think Israel did it.
Okay, well, if Israel did it, doesn't that technically make Israel the good guy?
I thought he killed himself.
What? Huh?
Figured his racist ass wanted to go to hell after he found out Jesus was black.
Oh.
Jesus is black. Are the Muzzies taking applications?
What? When he first came to the office, we had to load him up with nicotine patches because he can't smoke in here. We also had to hide all the pickle jars because he gets PTSD from seeing them.
Oh, come. You greased it. You greased it.
If you told me a black woman was debating a white guy and then asked me to guess whose family had 3 baby daddies, I'm not proud of this, but I would have gotten that shit wrong.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Future gets asked for a fist bump. Okay. Women in their bags. 213 comments.
Pocket and this one in my
Oh, wait.
pocket.
We've seen this. NYT Connections are utter bullshit. What the fuck? You're right. Oh. Antifreeze, vacuum, baking soda, volcano, vinegar, vodka, tinderbox, potato battery, skiing, home fries, club soda, powder keg, hydrogen peroxide, bazaar, Vichy Suisse, and time bomb. Oh. No. No? This isn't even a real guess. Please don't be a one-off. No. Fuck. Like something like high school science project things or something? I was one off here. Fuck, I have no idea. Oh, wait. One of these should be easy. Hold on. No. Powder keg and time bomb have to go together, right? Jesus. It's all over. I don't even know what I'm guessing now. Wait, both of these were one away? I don't even know. Potentially explosive things. Tinderbot? Fuck me, I'm in my RuneScape brain. Where you just like use like a Tinder thing to set like a match or whatever. Is a tinderbox the thing can explode, I guess? Okay, whatever. A volcano, okay. Double vowels. Oh my god. Made with potatoes? I don't know. Vodka's made? Okay, I guess. I don't know what Vichy Sois is? What the fuck is this? It's potato and leek soup. Household stain removers. Baking soda, sure. Club soda, I think I've heard that one before. Vinegar, okay, I guess. Oh my god.
Hey, Dud, it's me again. Dud, it's my favorite time of the stream.
E wins.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
I don't think we should have Hitler.
Why not?
It doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Bloodthirsty pig dog, bloodthirsty pig dog, bloodthirsty pig dog.
Oh, need sold! It's a reminder that Destiny the Cuckold was hard stuck, Pat! While Mr. Mouton Chad was able to achieve the rank of diamond in League of Legends tarts. Right, Destiny was hard stuck, Platt, because he wasn't good enough.
Wow.
Der Angry Steiners Warren Devil. Rickig Zionisten der Obersten Hersfield.
Medical stretchers are funded by Israel. Do your part to call them out. Gurney, 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 gurney.
No more handshakes at events. Only open mouth kisses with tongue.
Okay.
Wazoop! DGG! Hamasebi's lifelong jealousy of Destiny and him, instigating terminally online retards to compulsively stalk anyone accused of being around dear leader. Totally worked out. I will dissolve Israel, immediately move to guests like Poland.
Hello, Destiny. It is I, Adolf Hitler, leader of the Third Reich. Just letting you know, I'm working on a new version of Mein Kampf to keep up with the times. All references to Jews will be replaced with Zionists. Anyways, auf Wiedersehen. Pepe win.
He would be a Pepe supporter, wouldn't he?
He would be. That's true.
Okay, I'm bored. I'm leaving. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Wow, he doesn't even try to stream. What a fucking piece of shit. All right, I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. sharp. Every day. Be careful.